the workbook okay? You have the workbook? I want to make sure that everybody got it in their email. I'm going to drop it in the chat just in case because I like to make sure that everybody has what they need. Um, it is in my documents. There we go. So this kind of has like the agenda for the day as well as the workbook attached so that you can follow along. If you want to take notes, that's going to be a great place for you to do that. And so what I wanted to start with was do some open networking introductions and kind of get to know everybody in the room and how we can support you, what you would like to really hone in on today. Because one thing you should know is that this is not a sales pitch. I don't have an offer at the end of this. I'm not going to try to sell you anything. This is a conversation about how can we make summits better? How can we collaborate with speakers better? And things like that, because I'm seeing some crazy stuff out there. We'll talk more about that. But so I wanted to start with kind of a little round of introductions and some, this is a great opportunity to kind of get to know who's in the room and how we can support you today. So, Jen, I'm going to start with you first, since you were the first one in the room, and then Gretchen, you'll be next. There's no time limit. You can say whatever you need to say, but
Hi,
tell us more about
everybody.
you.
I'm Jen Davy. I'm from Philadelphia area, and I am an accessibility consultant with Ripples of Access. So I have experienced my own challenges attending summits, in person, virtual, and I've had problems where I've been unable to engage. And so I want to help you uh, identify ways that you might be preventing your audience from participating, even all the way to as early as the promoting and the registration, all the way through the event itself, the presentations, as well as the follow up. So I
You
just want
reminded
to
me I
make
needed
it.
to turn my transcriptions on.
Oh, yes.
I was like, oh crap, I almost forgot that part. Awesome. Um, is there anything in particular? Because I know, you are one of our speakers today, but is there anything that you want to learn today?
I just want to learn more about the other side of the back end side of how everything is done. So I have a better understanding and I can actually relate better to what you're working on or how you are, your perspective, so
Okay.
that I can better support you and help you find those barriers and talk to you in from your perspective, your lingo.
Okay. Love that. All right, Miss Gretchen.
Hello, good morning. I am Gretchen Frana. I am with Polka Dot Powerhouse, and I am also my dad's property manager of his 5 rentals. So I wear many hats, and it just depends on the day where I am and where I'm going. What I hope to learn from today is how to be there and provide the best events possible, whether or not that's virtual or in person. As I do assist with running the events for Polka Dot, I want to make them the best possible. And so if there's a tool or a resource that I can get today that will help provide me with that, um, sorry, dog, um, then that is what I'm looking for.
Okay. Love that. Love that. Love that. Um, Carly, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'd be happy to introduce myself. Hi, everyone. I'm Carly Stein. I am a speaker today, and I come from the Denver area. I'm multi-passionate entrepreneur, so that means I have 3 businesses and whatever else I get myself into. Uh, but anyway, I am an artist, and then I host events live and in person at senior living communities. And then my newest venture is Here for Dopamine, helping service providers best understand their autistic and neuro and ADHD clients' brains.
Yes, 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 yes. Awesome. And I love how the transcription always wants to spell your name with a C and not a K. I can't fix it. Sorry. Okay. Kelly, would you like to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Kelly, and I am also a speaker today. I own a company called Revenue Cadence. I am talking about uh, the types of summits that or events that you want to put together and putting the right people in your room. I'm really excited to be a part of the speaking community that you've brought so beautifully together, Elaine. Thank you for doing that. Um, where my experience comes in, I've been in hospitality for 28 years. I've been speaking on stages for about 8 years. But I totally understand curating events and how to make really great experiences. And on the flip side of that, also being a speaker and just watching what goes on at some of these events and some of these summits with intention not being so intentional. So I'm really excited today for this just to be a very engaging conversation. I'm looking forward to everybody's perspective and what the other speakers and attendees are bringing to the table. And just like continuing to drink my coffee and for us all to become fast friends and have a really great day and talk about stuff that we're all seeing and feeling. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for
absolutely.
having me.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're here. Bobby,
Hi, how you doing?
good. How are you, honey?
I sound better.
Yay!
Yay. Everybody who listened, like now, nobody's heard the recording except for like snippets, right, Elaine?
Yeah.
All right. So when you hear the recording of me, you'll understand why I was like, I sound better. And Carly, I love your I'm a speaker intro today thing because I usually have a messy introduction, which sounds something like this. My day job is I run a PR and marketing firm. My night job is an event series in Boston called Innovation Nights, where we launched over 1,500 new products that got more than $4 billion in funding, of which I got zero. And my dream job is Innovation Women, which is an online speaker platform and community. And because that wasn't enough during the early days of the pandemic, I, like everyone else, engaged in retail therapy and bought two more companies, including My Speaker Leads and a digital magazine called Lioness, which is for women entrepreneurs. And I'm here today representing all the speakers, but also I have run summits and events in the past. And one of the things that I've also done is I have written a series for Lioness Magazine called Is This a Scam? And people keep sending me summits to write about. And I have not yet done that, but I'm so close. Thanks, Elaine.
Yes, thank you for being here. All right, Ms. Wendy.
I am not a speaker here today. I'm just introducing myself. I
Yeah,
am,
tell us more about you and if there's anything that you would like to learn or take away from today.
okay. So I'm an intuitive coach, a Reiki master, card reader, and frequency device practitioner. So all things energy, vibration, and frequency are my jam. And I am here because I am stepping more and more out of my comfort zone on a daily basis, and I have a retreat coming up in for the first time in May of 2027 to Greece. So who knows? Maybe there's a summit in my future.
Maybe there's a summit in your future. I love that for you. Awesome. So glad that you're here, Wendy. And I think I was telling Bobby, I was like, oh, you have to meet Wendy because you guys are like in the same area. So I know. I'm like, I love it. I love, love, love it. All right, Anahita.
Well, hi everyone. Yes, I'm not a speaker either. I'm a digital systems architect. I help entrepreneurs to be found online and in AI search through AI optimized websites and funnels and systems that I built for them. And I do tech training. And the reason I'm here because I love Elaine and she's wealth of knowledge. And I like to learn more how to run fun and engaging summits. I've been to summits that I thought like, oh, kill me now. It's boring. And I have done a summit earlier this month, which was a very like a mini tiny summit. And yeah, summits are in my future.
Okay, love that. All right, Samantha Fine. We have two Samantha F's on the call today. So I will be referring to them by their last names too.
Yes. Hello, I'm Samantha Fine. I'm a speaker today. I am a meta ads and funnel strategist for female founders. So I spent almost 2 decades working in digital marketing for billion-dollar brands like Coca-Cola, Lysol, Whole Foods before transitioning into the online space. And I find so much more joy in helping solopreneurs and small businesses see the success that can come from meta ads than I did working for billion-dollar brands run by men. So I am just so excited to connect with all of you today and share how you can have success with your summits with Meta Ads.
Mhm. Yes, yes, yes. So glad that you're here. All right, Andrea, welcome, welcome. We're just doing introductions. Tell us who you are and if there's anything specific you would love to learn today.
Yeah, so I'm an attendee and I co-own Inkling Design, a design and web agency helping heart-centered humans with their branding, their websites, their marketing materials. And we hosted our first summit back in December, a marketing summit, and had lots of learnings from that. So I'm looking forward to hosting the next one with a bit more kind of insight into what speakers want, attendees want. I've been an attendee at other people's summits. I've spoken at a couple summits. So I'm starting to round out my knowledge, but definitely want to learn a lot more from your experts today.
Fantastic. We're so glad that you're here. All right, Miss Katarina Rando.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Katarina Rando coming to you from San Francisco, California. What I get to do is support women with their authentic selling, their effective speaking to gain clients and build influence. And I also lead amazing retreats for women. I have been doing summits live and in person and virtual for many years. And I'm looking forward to talking today about what I'm talking about, which is more smiles on the screen. And I love Elaine, and I'm looking forward to getting to know those of you that I don't already know. Thanks, everybody.
Yay.
Good to be with you.
Yes. I don't know if you saw yesterday, but somebody that came and visited my polka dot chapter when I commented on our interview, and she's like, I know Katarina. I'm like, how? Like, I'm telling you, you guys, this woman is so connected that like I'm like, wait a minute, how is this possible? But she attended one of your workshops and absolutely loved you. I'm like, well, she came and visited our chapter like last year of polka dot. So I just find that so funny that we're all like so intertwined and connected and we don't even realize it.
It's awesome. It's wonderful. And virtual has allowed us to do that so much more, which is such a gift.
Yes, yes, yes. Love that. All right, Roxy, welcome, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see all your faces. Sorry for my voice. Literally, right before this meeting, I was eating something drank it, choked on it,
Oh,
and now
God.
I've like lost my voice. This is like the worst time. It's kind of funny though, but not. So I actually work with Andrea. I'm their project manager, and I helped project manage our last and first summit that we held in December. And we're holding another one in November. So definitely looking forward to the conversations that will be had, practical advice, particularly as it pertains to marketing of the summit, the best way to build engagement, how to position even just the right talks and speakers in the summit. So yeah, we'll be a bit of a sponge, but also very much open to sharing our experience as well from the last summit.
Perfect, perfect. And that's a great place to do this today because this is a conversations summit, not a back-to-back type of summit. All right. Leslie, would you like to introduce yourself?
I apologize. I'm having a hard time with the buttons.
No
Good morning,
worries.
everyone. I am Leslie Tankersley Arboleta, and as somebody who spent the last 2 decades helping high achievers break patterns and create lives that actually feel as good as they look, I know one thing for sure: clarity without aligned action is just another form of procrastination. So I help leaders, entrepreneurs, and visionaries who are tired of circling the same mountain and ready to ditch the noise so they can finally build the life, business, and relationships that reflect who they really are. I'm super, super excited to be here. Elaine, your reputation precedes you in ways that you probably can't even imagine. But I think summits are such a great way for us to figure out how to learn from the masses. And also they can be really, I will not say what I was going to say. They can be really terrible. They can be really boring. They can be a real time suck and a waste of our precious time. So I'm eager to hear what you all are going to teach us today.
Well, I just want to say if you were going to say a swear word, it's okay. That's what we do here.
They're fucking terrible sometimes, Elaine.
My favorite word is the F word. So I allow profanity at all of my events. So don't feel like you have to censor yourself.
Take the grace.
Yes. All right. Samantha Foote.
Hello. Sorry, I had to take my kids to school. I just got home. I'm Samantha Foote. I'm a speaker today. I own Boise Music Therapy and Every Brain is Different. So I work with kids and adults with ADHD, autism, those kinds of things, doing music therapy and ABA. And then I work with their parents doing parent consultation, have a podcast. Yeah. So I'm excited for today because I do summits for Every Brain is Different and I need to change them up a little bit. So I'm hoping to get some ideas on how to make them more engaging and learn how to not monitor, but corral the things that people say so it doesn't get out of control, because the last one got a little out of control and I was like, what is even being said right now? So yeah, that's my goal.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. Awesome. I think we got through everybody. So for those of you that don't know me, hi, my name is Elaine Terso. And I've been hosting summits since 2021, because we were all stuck at home, right? And everything was, we used to do a lot of stuff in person and then we're doing everything online. And how could we still learn and how could we grow our businesses? And from that first summit, I learned so much. And I feel like every time I host a summit, which I've done multiple since then, probably like 2 a year, I think I've done. I learned something new. And I feel like I've been throwing spaghetti at the wall and trying to figure out the best way to do things. And so this is a first time I'm doing this style because again, I like to try new things and I like to see how did this one work and how did this one work and what kind of feedback did we receive, because feedback has kind of allowed me to evolve and grow and say, that sucked. We don't want to do that again. What can we do next time? I take a lot of life lessons from the inventor of the Dyson vacuum cleaner, James Dyson, who made over 5,000 prototypes. And I just constantly think to myself, if he can make 5,000 prototypes and each one say, well, that didn't work. What can we try next time? Right? That is something that I live by, is that if he can make 5,000 prototypes, I can try one more time. You know what I'm saying? So that has been kind of a guiding star for me. And I love, one of the reasons that I love hosting summits is because I love to connect with other speakers. I don't do it to make money. I don't do it to sell things. I do it because I want to build relationships and I want to make new connections and bring all of these really cool people together to spotlight them as well. And so I do summits very differently than other people do. And that's okay, because like Bobby said, every business model is valid. And I was like, she is absolutely right. Even the ones that do crappy things, their business model is valid, but we just get to choose whether or not we want to participate in that or not, right? And so that is something that I struggled with, because I'm like, no, like you can't do it this way. That's the wrong way to do it. And it's not for me to say that. Like every business model is valid. And if people want to do that, they could do that. We all have free will. Yeah. So, oh, Christy is here. Christy, we were just doing introductions. I would love for you to tell everybody who you are and if there's anything that you would love to learn today, anything you'd like to take away from our time together today.
Awesome. Well, I am just super excited to be here with the Queen of Summits and all the wonderful people. And I live in Spokane, Washington, and I am a coach that helps moms with neurospicy kids and who maybe didn't really enjoy being a mom. I help them rewrite that story so they get to love who they are. And I am just hoping to upgrade my summit. I have a Sparkle Summit that I'm doing in a few weeks, and I have never done a summit. So I just decided to go with the approach of like, let's just put it on the docket and see what shows up, and just doing it very imperfectly and messy, but would love to learn some better tips and just some ideas of things I hadn't thought of. And I just have to say, I love all the stuff that you've done. And yeah, it's giving me a lot of ideas. So I just want to expand upon what I don't know, which is a lot, right?
You know what? Here's the thing. We all start at zero.
Amen.
Right? We all start at zero. And I did not learn all of this overnight. Like it's taken, years to develop and grow and figure out who I am and what I like and what I don't like. And but we all start at zero. So you are right where you're supposed to be, right? You're learning on your time, and it's never too late to learn something new. So
amen. So I'm going to learn all the wisdom from all you beautiful ladies that have had all this experience. So then I can just glean it and then continue on, because I really want to always grow and up level and learn what I can, but also realize that I can also do things too and listen to my own voice. So it's kind of combining the two, right, together.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I love that. Well, I'm so glad that you are here. So
Thank
glad
you.
that you're here. So I want to go into talking about setting the stage for today. And so I have put in the chat kind of the agenda of kind of what you can expect from today. But like I want to go into more of the why. Like why we're all here together. So I mentioned this is not a sales pitch. I mentioned that this is not you're not going to be bombarded with offers and 10 emails like poor Carly. We had a really interesting conversation about she had signed up for a summit and it was inundated with 10 emails right away. And I'm like, whoa, like, whew, take a step back. Like that's, I want to encourage people to do summits in a way that feels aligned with their values and that feels good for them and does not give the ick factor, the red flags, or make someone go, I don't want to do it that way. Because there are people out there that are teaching different styles of summits, and this is a different way to do it, which is what feels good for you. Does it feel good for you to want to charge your speakers? That's a valid business model. Is it an alignment for you to have like a pop-up community? Totally valid. You could totally do that. There are so many different ways and styles that what I really want to do is have a really great conversation today. I want to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly because that's how we learn and grow is we can say, I participated in this and that did not feel good. Or participated in this and this was so amazing. And being able to also encompass the fact that we are trying to accommodate brains that all learn differently, which is why I have 3 people on this panel and that are speakers that are ADHD, neurospicy, any of that, because I want to make sure that we are including and we are accessible to everyone and not putting we don't know what we don't know. So let's talk about what we don't know and how can we do something different that is going to make our events great and accessible and available for everyone to participate in whatever way that looks like. I also want to encourage conversation. So if you have a question, absolutely. If you want to contribute, absolutely. This is a place to do that. Like I said, this is a conversation summit. This is not a back-to-back-to-back-to-back presentation summit. Okay. So we're going to have panels. We're going to have, I've come up with really great questions to ask all of our speakers. You're going to hear from a few of our spotlight speakers are going to give like 10-minute talks, but we're going to also have Q&A after. So I want you to feel like this is a safe place for you to be able to ask any question you want, because the goal here is that you walk away with something. I don't care if it's one thing. I want you to walk away with one thing that you can implement and that you can put into action in some. So even if you're like, I don't know if I want to host a summit, but maybe I want to become a speaker, this is also a place for you too. So we have summit hosts, event host, and also speaker experts, because we can't have one without the other, right? You need speakers to host a summit, and speakers are the tools, one of the tools that we can use in order to grow our audience or get exposure to new people, and being able to collaborate together is really. It has to be a win-win for everybody. And which is why I don't charge my speakers. I have never charged my speakers. That is a valid business model, but I don't, because my belief is that these speakers are doing me a favor. They are sharing their time, their expertise. They are taking time out of their day to be a part of this event. They are doing me a favor. So that's not something that I do. Other people do, and that's super great. I love that for you. It's just not within my business model. Okay. So with that being said, I want to, hold on, let me get to my agenda here. I think that we can actually probably start our messy middle conversation a little early, which awesome. It'll just give us more time to do all kinds of cool stuff. So our first panel is with Bobby, Jennifer Davey, and Katarina Rando. And so we're going to be talking about, we call it the messy middle, which is the place kind of where you're like in between. You're in the in between, right? It is about speakers. It's about creating inclusive summits, and it's about visibility and audience building and things like that. So I am going to, let me see if it will let me, I would love to spotlight all 3 of you so that we can see all of your beautiful faces at the same time. Let me add, and then, where are you, Bobby? There you are. There we go. Yay, I can spotlight multiple people. Woohoo! Okay, so let me get to my list of amazing questions. Okay, so here are some questions that I would love, and I would love for each of you to share your experience. Again, this is a conversation that I think everybody wants to have. So let's have it. What do you guys think? Shall we do it? Yeah. Okay. So, and any of you can answer this. But what do you think is happening in summits that nobody is talking about? Like, where do we think like things are nobody's talking about the things that are not working?
I'll start.
Yeah.
I think the biggest challenge, because I speak at a good amount of summits, is that getting smiles on the screen is the biggest challenge area for summits. And getting smiles on the screen is it's not just about promotion, and that people have to recognize that it's important to run your summit like you're inviting people to your living room, that it's not just about spray and pray with promotion.
Love that. So people are not talking about how to get butts in seats, smiles on screens, as you say, and how hard it is, right? And I will be fully transparent and tell you guys that this is probably, and I'm gonna like, hold on, I'm gonna add myself to the spotlight so we can all see each other. This is probably the lowest sign up rate that I have ever had with any of my summits. Full transparency. And I was not expecting that, because in the past I've had hundreds of signups and things like that. And I was a little taken aback, and I'm like, oh no, like it's been about a year since I hosted a summit last. And I was like, what is going on? You know what I mean? And so I have to I had kind of a little come to Jesus talk with myself and going, the world feels like it's on fire and I want to host a summit, right? Like it felt like, should I even be doing this if the world feels like it's on fire? And somebody said, people don't stop running businesses because there's a war. Like you still got to pay the bills. People are still engaging. They're still showing up to networking events. There's all kinds of things. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. And then I changed my little attitude and I said, you know what? I'm going to celebrate those who show up. If I have 5 people on the screen, I'm going to celebrate those who show up because they want to learn something and I'm willing to teach it. I don't care if it's to one person. I will still show up and give value because one person wants to learn. Why should I say, oh, I didn't get enough signups, so I'm going to cancel it? Because the thought really did go through my head, like, should I even be doing this? And so thank you, Katarina, for kind of sharing that. And I would love to hear from Jen or Bobby. What do you guys think?
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay.
You unmuted first.
So one of the things could be the way that you're sharing your information. If everything is in an image, it's a lot of, I've seen some images for like celebrations or for just events where it's all glitzy and pretty and it's got a lot of images, and then it's like the focus tends to be on the image and not so much on the text. And it's very hard to read or to really figure out what exactly is this about. So that's one of the things. And then also, if you have images, people that are using screen readers are having problems reading it or actually engaging with it. Also, sometimes images are hard to view on a phone because you have to readjust it. You have to zoom in, zoom out. And some people will be like, you know what? It's not worth my time to sit here and just try and read it. So that's a whole nother issue. And also trying to, if you have so much going on, you could just have mental overwhelm looking at that image. And there was actually a couple I've seen, and I'm like, okay, all I see are stars and, glitter, and okay, that's not, I don't, it's too much for me to even try and read the text. So you got to be mindful of how you're putting out the communication.
Love that.
Okay. And I think the question, what's happening in summits that nobody's talking about?
Mhm.
And I'm hearing from it about it from the speaker point of view. So every week I host something called Speaker Friend Fridays. And Speaker Friend Fridays are open to anybody. There's like anywhere between 50 and 100 people who show up on a weekly basis. And they're different people all the time. So we get a lot of conversations about people's experiences as speakers.
Mhm.
And so many of our speakers come to the event with, I've been invited to speak at this thing. And I applied, I responded to a call for speakers, and I was immediately presented with a bill. And so a lot of pay to play, a lot of surprisingly hidden calls for sponsorships that our speakers are reacting to poorly. And, Elaine and I talked about this and we said, all business models are valid, but I do think that the business model needs to be open, transparent, and people know what they're getting themselves into before they invest the time and energy to apply, to pitch, to pull together presentations. So for me, I don't think that's being talked about enough.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the things that I have shared very openly many times is that I had applied to be a speaker at a summit, and I loved everything. Loved the page. I loved all the messaging. I was like, I'm in. I took super care to fill out my application. I even turned it in early. Like I was like, woohoo, look at me, right? I was ready to go. And then I got you've been selected, but now we want to interview you, and that's going to cost you $99. And I'm like, wait a minute. It's not about the $99, right? It's about the lack of transparency. And so had they put somewhere of what you can expect, what's going to happen next, this is our process, it could allow me to choose whether or not I want to move forward. But without, and I even went back and I'm like, I looked through their sales page again. I looked through the emails. There was no mention that I would be required to pay $99 to be interviewed. And I thought that was really odd. And I'm like, it's just about transparency. And I even emailed them, received zero reply. And I'm like, okay, right? So to me, it just felt, so it is something that I am very, what is the word I'm looking for? Intentional about transparency in everything that I do. Because that is one thing that I will encourage anybody who wants to host a summit, just be transparent. Put your expectations up front, put your expectations of your speakers, put your expectation of the attendees, and what expectations can people expect from you? So it's literally like just draw 3 columns on a piece of paper. This is what my speakers can expect from me. This is what I expect from them. This is what the attendees can expect. Boom. There you go, right? It's just about being clear and open. And I think that is something that I don't see a lot of people talking about, is just be transparent. Do what you're going to do. Every business model is valid, but just be open and upfront about it. Anybody have from the audience anything that you want to add? Any experiences that you want to share about?
So
Okay.
I want to ask,
Yeah.
if somebody has something to add, do they just shout it out when you ask? Do you
Sure,
raise your
go for
virtual
it.
hand? What's
Yeah.
the expectation?
The
Because that
expectation
in
is
itself
just
is a
unmute.
confusion.
Yep. Just unmute and say your question. Because I can't see everybody.
One thing I'd like to say, because I never charge anybody to speak. I do pay to play. I do sponsor. And the thing as a speaker is what I'm seeing is some people are meeting the expectations that they're creating, and some people are not meeting the expectations they create. And it's really important, if you want your speakers to keep coming back, if you want your audience members to keep coming back, if you want your sponsors to keep coming back, that it's really important to not promise anything that you cannot deliver on. And
Yes.
I'm speaking at an event tomorrow, and it is a pay to play. This is a live and in person on the ground event. And when you tell your speakers, hey, we're going to have this many participants, and you don't, then that's going to impact your ability to have them be with you the next time. And it's important for summit hosts to recognize this.
Yeah.
And it's okay to say, hey, this is my first one. And I also recommend, because I coach a lot of speakers and event producers, I say, look, it's your first time. Don't promise you're going to have so many smiles on the screen. Don't promise your sponsors the moon. The first time you do it, just to do it and build the, like you, Elaine, build the relationships, build the connections, get a little experience under your belt. And then you can start to see what business model is best for you. I think that's where a lot of people fall down, and then they out of the gate, okay, we're gonna have sponsors, okay, we're gonna charge the speakers, and oh, we're gonna have 300 people, and then everybody's disappointed, rather than like our friend Christy, who's here, is like, hey, I'm having a Sparkle Summit, we'll see what happens, come and play, you know. And hey, it's like, yeah, let's go hang out with Christy, we're gonna have a great time at the Sparkle Summit. But there's no expectations that the speakers have for the event.
Yeah. I would love to ask you a follow-up question, Katerina, and that I think is like, what mistakes do you think people are making if they try to monetize their events?
Well, one thing is to recognize is if you're charging your speakers, that's a whole nother set of clients now that you have.
Yeah.
You have to see your speakers as clients because they're making an investment. So this is where you over deliver and under promise. That's really key. You know, I mean, I'm thinking of our friend Christy again. She's like, hey, I don't know what's gonna happen. Come hang out.
Yeah.
I'm excited to go spend some time with Christy at her Sparkle Summit. And that's the other thing as speakers. Like as I said, I pay to play. I sponsor, but I don't have expectations. That's the thing. And as speakers, you know, if people are, this is why I love virtual, because if I drive to Timbuktu to give a talk, I feel like, okay, it's got to merit my time. But if I just open my screen for a little bit, then it doesn't have to, I don't have to get as much ROI on it. But the producers, I think, are not, of course, you, Elaine, not some of them, but some of them are creating these false expectations because they're giving the best case scenario. You know, the best case scenario is we have this many signups, but usually it's not the best case scenario that comes out. And so that's really key. I think I might have digressed from your question.
No, I think yeah, I think that's super, super, super important and relevant that, I love, you know, the under promise over deliver is absolutely important.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
As the summit organizer, well, in my mini summit, I invited 3 guest speakers. I didn't promise anything, and they were fantastic, and they said yes. And I did everything I could to promote the speakers while I was promoting the summit. We ended up having only 16 people sign up for the summit. And it was a good summit. 12 people showed up. But after that, I felt guilty for my speakers that I didn't have enough people. And I didn't know, like, okay, so I give them this and I give them that. And I didn't know how to thank them for giving me their 2 hours free of charge am not getting the numbers that I thought we should have got. So how do you, as a person who like hosts summits, how do you like reciprocate the like the
Bobby
time
is
of the
itching
speaker?
to answer you.
Absolutely. And, number one, if you things happen, right? And as a speaker, we all know things happen. Speakers always need more practice. So even if there was nobody in the room, they still had time to practice. They still had time to give their talk. Now, my question is, did you record that talk?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so one of the things that speakers always need is recordings. If it was an in-person event, having a video of yourself on stage, that's gold. Speakers need that, and they need lots and lots and lots of it. So offering up those things that are valuable to speakers, like professional videos, like professional photos, recordings of themselves, even if they're not on a physical stage. There are things that you have that you gave them that they did get of value. It isn't always just audiences. Now, one of the other things that I tell people is even if there was nobody in the room when you spoke, you actually got something of value from that in terms of the marketing of the event, right? People may have not seen you on the stage. They may not have been in the room when you gave that presentation, but you're still marketing that content and that person out to your list, out to your social media contacts. So there was stuff of value. Maybe it didn't meet your expectations. And yeah, maybe the speakers were a bit disappointed. You can all be disappointed together, but being open and transparent up front and then coming back afterwards and saying, yeah, I was not happy with that either. Like you can commiserate the speaker who is on that stage. Like I've been that person before. I've shown up for an in-person event that I drove, it was almost 3 hours for, half hour and a half back, half an hour to get there. And there were 3 people in the room, and we all pulled up a chair and we had a great conversation. And I talked to the event organizer afterwards. And, like maybe this is just because I've been there myself. I was like, listen, things happen, right? Things happen. You did your best. I did my best. Someday we're going to get together and we're going to have that big blowout event that we both crave. So the good speakers are understanding speakers so long as you didn't mislead them up front. And that's where that transparency comes in. So do not go crazy guilting yourself.
Yeah.
I carry enough guilt for all of us, okay?
Right?
So-
I also
Yeah, the
want to add
speakers
on.
didn't say anything. Seems like they were happy, but
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
felt guilty.
You got to let that guilt go because that's not serving you. One thing that I want to add regarding the recording, right, is on the very first summit that Paige and I hosted together, I had seen it was Jamie Kern Lima was doing like a big book launch and was kind of doing like this whole virtual, it was kind of like a summit. She had all these different speakers show up and whatever. And there was a woman on that just like her energy radiated out of the screen. And I'm like, it was her first time speaking. And I was like, I'm going to reach out to her and I'm going to ask if she'll come and be a keynote at our summit. I was like, and she said yes. And I was like, oh my gosh. Her name was Leah Valencia Key. Okay. So she comes and she wanted a speaker fee of $500. And I'm like, cool, fine, whatever. Did our summit make money? No, it did not. So I ate that cost. Okay. But then guess what happened? She used speaker footage from our summit in her intro on the next thing. And my inbox was blowing up saying, "Oh my God, I saw you on TV," kind of thing. And it was like, it was so cool. I was like, "Oh my God, we made it into B-roll." It was like, it was so cool. So I just want to say, like, sometimes you just never know like what will happen out of that. By giving the recording, you never know who's going to become famous and like go on to be on bigger stages. And yeah, so that happened. Right? Yeah, you just never know.
And people might expect, because I represent so many speakers, for me to get huffy about things like, oh, you showed up and there were 3 people. That's not what I'm like, but it's also a lot of speakers. That's not what they're like either.
Yeah.
And if you do get the huffy speaker, that's probably not a speaker you're going to work with again.
Yeah.
Right. And so I talk to my speakers all the time about being the low maintenance speaker. If you are a PETA, a pain in the ass, you are not going to be hired again. And as speakers, our best stages are often the stages that we come back to. Like there was a conference that I did every year for like 6 years. And the only reason I didn't come back for year number 7 is they stopped doing the conference. The organizer got hired by somebody else. I would have done that conference forever. The event organizer was fabulous. The audiences were great. And I got to come back because I was not a PETA. And there was one event that I did a few years in a row that I swear I just got invited to because I asked the event organizer, looking at where they were holding the event, I was like, "Hey, I have my own projector for my slides. You want me to bring it? That way you don't have to pay the $100 a day fee for an extra projector." And she's like, "Oh my God, you have a projector?" Of course I do. I run events myself. Doesn't everybody have a projector? And like, swear to God, I was like brought back year after year because I just did something human to help out another human.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that.
Elaine, can I say one thing? Oh, sorry,
Sure.
Katerina. I just, as a person who's gone and spoken at an event where there's been 2 people in the room, it's an opportunity for me to do a lot of work on my own brain. And I think that's always a gift. So I think, it depends on how you show up in your life. Like if you're looking for everything to be a gift, right, and an opportunity, there's always some growth. And I think for me, that's just my perspective. And I hope that the people that I invite into my summits have a similar kind of mindset and they understand like, hey, listen, we don't know how it's going to show up. The tech could go down, whatever could happen, but we learned to go with the flow. And I think for me, that was because I think what happens is a lot of shame. Oh my gosh, I'm not valuable enough. I'm not worthy enough. And I think for me, I'd say, okay, Christy, take a deep breath. And if only these 2 people come, we're going to have a hell of a good time and we are going to sparkle and we're going to have so much value. And I think for me, those moments are actually some of the most powerful moments because it helps me understand, why am I doing this? What is the purpose of this? And if I can deepen as a person, as a human, as a speaker, as someone in the world that can make a difference, so then that was a gift for me. So to your thing, Anita, I think for other people as well, it's about allowing everyone to be okay with feeling their own emotions, because that's what we do, right? And then also realize, how do we manage those things? Because there's a lot of power and gifts in that as well. Just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that.
And we all know that business is about relationships.
Yeah.
And I'm blessing to be here today because Elaine, I get to hang out with you. And I heard Bobby's speaking on the same panel as me. Wow, that makes me feel so VIP, and Jen and all of you, like, I'm Carly, I'm excited to hear you speak. I mean, it's like, oh, you come for the speaker party too, and relationships, and Kelly, I'm excited to get to know you better. It's like all of that, and not with the expectations of, oh, I gotta get 3 clients here, so I'm speaking here, here, and here. Okay, I gotta get a client here, 2 clients here. Like those are all expectations that make it not as much fun. And our job as the speakers is to make something happen really after. I mean, we're not and when I say make something happen, that's about the relationships.
Mhm.
Like you met that gal who's like, oh my gosh, she's so great. I'm gonna invite her over here. Like there could have been just a few people in that room. I don't know because I wasn't there, my friend, but it's like opportunities are everywhere.
Yeah.
In small rooms.
Mhm.
And it's our job to manage our expectations. But I want to comment on what Bobby said, also to be an outstanding speaker partner.
Yeah.
And do what we said we're going to do. And Bobby says, not be a PITA. I say, don't be a diva, don't be the speaker, be the speaker that gets there early, that helps out. I used to be a caterer way back when. So, I mean, I'm happy to move the tables and clean the room and, whatever it is to help make it a great event. And that's the thing is we don't want to just be a speaker. We want to be a good speaker partner. What is everything we can do to help make this event a successful event?
Yes. One thing that I have seen as a result of hosting summits is that the speakers form little bonds and they start collaborating together. And I had, it was one year, George Bryant and Clarissa and, oh, her name is escaping me, but they decided to collaborate together and invited George into their community. And then they wind up becoming clients of George's, right? And George is kind of a silent speaker here today. He has another event, but he was like, he let me interview him. We had a whole like almost an hour conversation talking about the customer experience around summits. And when you think about it, it's the customer experience from you are creating a speaker experience, you're creating an attendee experience, and then the host has their own experience. And being able it's like you're one big giant people pleaser when you decide to put on big events like this. But it's not about that. It's about what is the magic that can happen because you showed up. Because you showed up in the room and you never know who you're going to meet. And so I think that being on a summit where there was 12 people on the screen one time and most of those were the speakers, it's okay because I wound up making good connections. So to Anahita's point about feeling guilt, they made great connections. Now these people know each other that didn't know each other before, and you never know what's going to happen as a result of that. And then you get to say, look what I created. Like, yay, people are collaborating together as a result of meeting at your event. Right. Okay. Anybody else have anything they want to add? Mirajala, I see you unmuted, girl.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to just mention, like, even if there's no one in the room and we do get an opportunity to speak, we can actually use the recording as an inspiration to maybe a course or a book. You never know. I mean, it's not wasted material. It is content. You can repurpose it. You can use it as a blog material, your social media content. So anything any form of content created is never goes to waste. Besides the connection, the people we meet, we can always repurpose the content, and you can use it in our own channels also, upload in our own channels, grow our channels. So it's a beautiful experience. It's never wasted any opportunity.
Yes, thanks for that. That's a really great point. Jen, would you like to share some ways when we were talking a little bit, I mentioned briefly about creating a good experience. Do you have some tips on ways that we can create great events that are also accessible? Like how can we make our events more accessible to people?
Well, the first step would be to have a question on the registration form for people to input or say, this is the accommodation I need. Or if you don't want to put the question out, have contact information where they can contact you with the questions. Because there might be people that will need the information, like if there's slides, they may request those slides ahead of time so that they can prepare themselves so that they can actually just stay focused on what the speaker is saying ahead of time and not be constantly just zoning in on slides. Also, there might be some people that forget to turn captions on. I've had that happen many times. And so just having that reminder to put captions on, even if you're just recording, always make sure that there's captions. And then to follow up, you always want to have a transcript whenever you share the recordings. And some other thing would be to adjust, or not adjust, but make sure that your engagement, the way that you engage with your audience, it applies to all the different learning types, because there's some people that are audio only. There's people that are visual. There are some that are both. There are some that are kinetic, meaning they need something to write. They need to be able to do something physically. And there's a way that you can actually update or say, hey, how about let's just think about something, and they can talk about it then and be like, well, how about having a writing, let's just write down something. So there's a lot of different tricks you can, I don't want to say tricks, but tips or different methods that you can do so you can make sure that you engage everybody, at least throughout your presentation. May not be the same time every time, but just have that variety also keeps people more engaged, because you're like, oh, this is something new. This is something new.
Yeah, I love that. One of the prompts that we have in the workbook is something that I think would be really cool to be able to share. And it's about asking what's not working, and what has felt frustrating or off about summits that you've attended or hosted. And I would love to open this up to each of our speakers, but also to the audience, because this is how we learn from each other, is from each other's personal experiences. So does anybody have something that they would love to share about an experience that you had at a summit that was off, that didn't feel good, that felt kind of icky, wasn't in alignment for you?
I mean, as a speaker at summits, there's all the stuff we've talked about before you end up in the room. One of the events that I went to that I was asked to keynote at, it was a summit with a whole bunch of speakers. And it very much felt like I had been asked to be the keynote because they thought, frankly, that lots and lots and lots of people would show up if they put me as the keynote. And I took a look at the schedule and I said, this is a different audience than I usually speak to. And are you sure you want me as the keynote? And they were like, oh, yes, very much so. You're going to be setting the tone. And I looked at all of the other speakers and I went, I don't know. This sounds odd. But I actually tamped down my own gut feeling on that one, which always regret. And I showed up and did my presentation, got great feedback, all of that stuff, but it really did feel like I was odd man out. So if you are feeling that gut, you should kind of listen to yourself. I think one of the big things that came out of that particular event was the organizers kept sending me things and asking me questions as if I was their private public relations and marketing consultant. And I was like, hey guys, this is what I do for a living. This is not really related to me as a speaker. And it was everything from, can you run our advertising campaign? No, I can't. That's a kind of full-time job. Thank you very much. So just listen to your gut is really my big feedback on that one.
I agree with all of that Bobby said. And one of the things that I don't like is when somebody's charging me to speak at their event and they're also wanting me to fill their room.
Right.
It's like, that's what I call the double dip. You don't get to double dip. Okay. the reason why I'm making an investment is because you are telling your speakers that you're going to have smiles on the screen. So if I'm like today, of course I'm happy to promote. Of course I'm happy. Now, of course I will do some effort anytime I'm speaking, but no, I'm not gonna do a lot of personal invitations. I'm not gonna do a ton of work when I'm also making an investment. That's why that's what the investment is for, is to support your marketing efforts. And I
Yeah.
see a lot of that. And the other thing I don't like is when, oh my gosh, this is so fun. I get to say what I don't like.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes.
The other thing I don't like is when people charge you money and then they say, oh, but if you have 25 people sign up, then we'll give you the fee back. And again, it feels like, do one or the other. And and I don't want people to feel it's like that. I've also very many times felt very pressured to put smiles on the screen, even when I'm making an investment. So it's really important for organizers to recognize that, your speakers like me. I mean, I'm speaking today, I'm speaking tomorrow. I spoke 2 days ago. I've had people get upset that I am not putting their event on my website. Well, I can't, every time I speak, I can't put it on. Sometimes I do, but not every single time. So it's really managing the expectations for me, Elaine, even of the event producers, with what you're expecting of your speakers. But the double dip is the one that really I don't.
Yes. Yes. For me personally, the thing that I was not a fan of was I didn't know there was a secret leaderboard that I was supposed to be competing with other speakers to get signups. And so I've spoken about this before, but I received it was a pay to play event. I didn't know, I never met the host. Somebody had said, "Oh my gosh, you really need to be a part of this." And I was like, "Okay." So I signed up. I paid $250. There was 12 people on the screen. But here's the thing. I got an email on a Friday. The event was a Monday and Tuesday. I get an email on Friday that said that I didn't have enough signups. I was not getting enough signups for their event. Then I get another email from another person because she had farmed out the summit to an agency. And then the next email I get is, "Congratulations, you're in the top 3." I'm sorry, what? Like, so that felt really gross. And I was like, "Oh, we're speaker shaming now?" Like, I didn't know that was a thing that was happening. And that was one of my huge red flag moments, going, this is not okay. And we need to talk about it, because whoever is teaching this needs, like, every business model is valid. But I hated that so much. Like, I don't want to participate in events where speaker shaming is a part of their business model. That is a no for me. So, yeah. Kelly, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Yes, I remember you telling me that story, and that is really, really icky. And I think what all of you are talking about, it's like you don't want to feel the ick. Like you got to go and like break up with someone over it. Two of like my biggest things that I have learned producing my own events, because it's a lot different when you're producing your own events versus producing these experiences for your clients. And I remember when I was going to produce my first own event summit, for my new business, and I was really excited about it. And I remember another business owner who was a dear friend of mine going, just make sure if you're going to have other speakers come in and share your stage, there is an intention there where the expectations of what you're looking from them and what they're looking from you. You don't want a speaker to come in and steal or take over your stage. So fast forward, I always kept that in mind, like having an intention, what's the why, all the things. And I was doing one on marketing, And this person is amazing, but she completely hijacked the whole event. I told her she could not sell into the room. She decided to sell in the room, like put in the chat, give me your email address, like put up a QR code. Like we had to have that off coming, coming to Jesus talk that we needed to have. And that person was a friend, which makes even the layers of the conversation sometimes even harder to do. And I don't think that's talked a lot about with event organizers and with speakers. My other biggest thing that like completely gives me the ick, and I was actually having this conversation with another speaker yesterday, is when people look at me and go, well, Kelly, it's only 45 minutes of your time. And yes, Bobby, mentally, I want to do that in front of people. So it's not 45 minutes of time. It is years and years and years of expertise, my knowledge, crafting the talk, crafting the topic, Katerina, what you've talked about today, getting the smiles on the screen, making sure that, because my goal as a speaker is who sat in a room and watched a speaking event and was like, I didn't get anything out of that. Like, I always want to make my event organizer look good and supported throughout the whole process, and like make the audience feel, yes, there is a connection there. So it's just an education process with when you're asked, but at the same time, that like is probably my number one biggest pet peeve on being, well, it's just this. Actually, it's not. Sometimes it's 3 days of my time. Sometimes I got to get on a plane. I got to figure out daycare for my 2 kids because my husband goes into work at 5:15 in the morning and they got to get to school. Like there's so much that goes into it. So yeah, and I completely agree with what everybody is saying on the panel. This has been really great. So thank you for sharing your.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to encourage, so like one of the prompts in the workbook that I think is really cool is like, and I would love to invite anybody who wants to share, like what is there anything that surprised you about this conversation, right? Is there anything that you were like, oh, I hadn't thought about it that way before? So if you have something that you'd love to share, I would love to hear from you. Because I think, again, this is how we all learn from each other is what were your takeaways? And maybe you have something to share or a takeaway that somebody may have missed. Because, attention spans and shiny squirrels are really distracting and it can be really hard sometimes to pay attention. So does anybody want to anybody have anything that they'd like to share if there's anything that surprised you about this conversation? Any takeaways, any ahas, anything you want to implement into your own practices? Don't be shy. Nobody wants to share.
I have one more thing to say that I don't
Yeah.
like.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I don't like it when you cannot see the people in the room. You cannot see the audience. And there's some people that they do their summits and they tell you, oh, we're going to have, hundreds of people, but you see no smiles on the screen at all, just the host and the speaker. And of course, then you don't know if there's anybody listening or not. And I always take a screenshot so that I can look and see, like, I mean, some of you I know already, but some of you I don't know. Oh, let's go see who that person is. And then, of course, you can see if you want to connect with them. And I think that's a big part of the value of summits, not just for the speakers, but for all the attendees, for all like a community to get to know each other. And I do want to encourage anybody that does any events with speakers to make sure that they can see the audience,
Mhm.
not necessarily during their talk, but a gallery view before and after.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a webinar.
I was gonna say, i.e., they're using the webinar function. And to be fair to some event organizers and summits, sometimes the webinar function is the safe option, for reasons not, I can't see them, but it is a safety issue. For example, I do events that are all for women. We did an event a couple of years ago where we were Zoom bombed. And after that, there were certain topics and certain tactics where we would only do it on webinars, frankly, to protect our speakers and our audience, because those particular topics were attracting, let's just say, bad actors.
Yeah.
So there are certain times when it is necessary. There are also certain platforms. For example, Innovation Women works on for our webinars. And again, I mean, this is the difference between a summit and a webinar. But being clear and saying to somebody, we use the Bright Talk platform for our webinars, and that means that the audience is hidden to you. So you cannot see them. Again, just know it up front.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would like to share though that while you can still see, there are some people that will not be comfortable being on camera for many different reasons. Sometimes it's just their own anxiety. It could be also we all have our own insecurities. And if we are so worried about being on camera and what other people are seeing and looking and like, oh my God, are they focused on me? They could be so focused on that and not really engage with the speaker or the whole conversation. So I understand both sides of the issue, of having to be able to see everybody, but also making sure that everybody's comfortable, whether they're on camera or not. And so if it's possible, just say, if there is that caveat that you want to make sure that you can see everybody for a particular reason, it might be a good idea to just say, this is why we're asking, but at some point you may go off camera.
Yeah. And I know, sometimes people go off camera because they're multitasking. They could be driving, they could be cooking, they could be, doing all kinds of things, eating, right? Like some people are like, I'm not going to make you watch me eat. So I totally get that. So
yeah, I mean, Speaker Friend Friday is at 8:45 Eastern every week. We do have a West Coast friendly session that's first and third Fridays, but our regular one is at 9:15 Eastern, which translates to 6:15 on the West Coast. Right. But we have people that show up every single week. And some of them I know are still in bed. Totally fine.
Yeah.
I'm never going to say to them, why aren't you on camera?
Yeah. So this has been a super great conversation. Anybody have any from the audience, anybody want to share or share any feedback, takeaways before we move into our spotlights? Just go ahead and unmute yourself since I can't see everybody. Okay, I'm going to assume that means there are no questions, thoughts, comments, suggestions. So thank you. Let's give a little round of applause to our panel. We appreciate you. Next up in our agenda, we're going to have our featured insights, and this is going to be Katarina Rando, Maragula, and Samantha Fine are each going to have like a little 10 to 12 minute spotlight where they're going to provide you with lots of value. And the whole intention is implementation. So Katarina is going to be talking about using like free workshops to fill your summit, to build your list and gain clients. Maragula is going to be talking about, email lists and how to use them for your events. And Samantha is going to be talking about using meta ads to attract qualified people to your summit. So I'm going to go ahead and remove our spotlights, and we're going to have Ms. Katarina hanging out still in the spotlight. She deserves that big old spotlight. All right, my friend, we are excited to hear from you.
Okay, my friend, give me un momento.
Yes.
Put my situation together, okay? Because I like to stand up when I speak. Brings more energy. All right. Ba, ba, ba. Everybody, let's take a deep breath. Take another one. You have decided that you are doing a summit, and you're very excited because you have lots of great speakers that have already agreed to bring their massive value to your event, and you want it to be successful. And I want to talk with you about how to not only get more smiles on the screen, but what are some things that will support your whole business? Because I know most of you are business owners, and we want a steady stream of clients. The recommendation I make to all my clients, who are mostly women with service businesses, is that every month you have a free thing. Now, for most of you, that's going to be a free workshop where you get to share your expertise. I was talking with my client last night who does fitness and Pilates and yoga. Her free thing is a free yoga class once a month that she invites people to come and be with her. So it depends on what your business is. I have a client that does sound bowl healing. That's her thing that she is just starting to offer every month. Most, though, of my clients are like you. They're experts, women that have massive value in a particular area: marketing, health, business, finance. Now, the thing to know, and the guiding principle overall that this comes from, is that engagement is the queen of everything. Engagement. The more people come and be with you, the more they get a sense of who you are, the more they begin to know you, become familiar with you, and hopefully some of them will lean in and become your clients. But the thing about a workshop that's different than a summit is that it's a short amount of time. It's 1 hour. And it's kind of like, don't ask me to go on a weekend getaway when we haven't had coffee yet. And that's dating and business have a lot in common. By hosting a monthly workshop, you can invite people to come and just spend a little bit of time with you, which gets you it's an easier yes than come to my summit. So start with the easier yes, which is 1 hour. Now, I recommend for whatever your business is that you do a workshop that matches what you offer. For example, you're all super smart. You could all give a workshop on 25 different things. I could do a workshop this afternoon on networking, how to network and make connections and all of that. But guess what? I don't have anything to sell about that. And I don't want to dilute my brand by teaching topics that don't necessarily lead to sales and speaking, which is what I focus on, and running retreats. And it doesn't have to be the same topic every month, but don't do 12 different topics. Have 3 or 4 different topics, or 3 that you change up the title a little bit. And it's really good to test and see what gets you the most pickup. For example, I do how to go from contacts to clients quickly, which gets a greater response than how to achieve sales bliss, because the word sales is not in the first one, and people tend to show up more when they don't know that it's mostly about sales. and building relationships and connecting is an easier thing for people to show up to. So you test these different topic titles to see what works best. But here's the real thing I want you to hear, okay? Yes, I do a workshop every month. But there's 4 kinds of people that you want to invite. And when I say invite, I mean personally invite. What puts smiles on the screen and derrieres in chairs is not emails, although we do those. We have to do our email marketing. Is not posting, although we have to do the posting. Is not advertising, although that helps. You know, I'm gonna come back to this in a second. I used to do programs in Staples stores where when they had a new store or a low performing store, I would come in and do workshops for small business owners. And one night the people are coming in and we're asking them how they heard about the event. And my friends, there was literally 10 different ways. They got a flyer, they got an email, they saw a post, they saw an ad. I invited them. There was 10 different ways. And I'm sharing that with you because there's 10 different ways that you want to employ to market your summit. But the one that is going to get you the most smiles on the screen is personal invitations. Now, 4 kinds of people you're going to invite. You're going to invite, of course, your clients. You're going to invite your potential clients. You're also going to invite your past clients. And the group of people that mostly people forget about is you're going to invite people that you want to build more influence with that are not necessarily potential clients. People that can have you speak at their summits. People that can have you speak in their communities. People that you just feel like, wow, she knows a lot of people and she's a positive person who I'd like to get to know better. Invite her to come and hang out at your event. Also, personal invitation. So here's why personal invitations work. And then I'm going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you how to do them. Personal invitations work because you all get so many messages a day. And right now, if we were to go to your email box, you probably have 5 to 10 opportunities in there right now, depending on the last time you checked your email. All of that is promotion. You look at posts, that's promotion. You see ads, that's promotion. None of it, it's all information. It's not personal. But when anybody here reaches out to you and they say, hey, I would love for you to come to my workshop or my summit, guess what? People have to make a decision. That's the difference between promotion and a personal invitation. And especially if anybody here has an iota of influence with you, you are going to respond. Anahita. I love Anahita. She's fabulous. Her next summit, my friend, and personally invite me next time, okay? Because I will be there. Why? Because I think Anahita is fabulous. Whatever she's doing is fabulous. Now, I don't know if I saw something, but when people personally invite you, it puts your attention on that thing. And then you have to respond when they have even an iota of influence. But before you respond, you have to make a decision. And that is the difference, my friends. That is the chasm difference. That is the difference between promotion and personal invitation. And what I tell my gals is this: if you want 20 smiles on the screen, you're going to have to get 40 signups, because the show up rate and the sign up rate, maybe you get a much better rate, but it's about 50%. Sometimes 30, sometimes 40, sometimes 70, but that's the number I encourage you to look at. And then you say, oh, Katerina, that's a lot of people. Well, if you want that many people, you really have to invite personally 4 times that. Now, again, you're saying, Katerina, that's a lot, but here's what I'm saying to you. You don't have to do it all today. And I find the best way to do it. I'll text people if I know them. I think texting is more intimate, so I don't text people personally unless I feel like they're in my contacts, but I know them. But what we do a lot of is we do direct messaging. A personal direct message. Sheila, would love for you to come to my summit. Here's the link to register. Would you like to join us? Always asking that question. Would you like to join us? Because then you're going to get a response. I really want to encourage you for your summits, for your workshops, start personally inviting people. Now, again, if you're doing a workshop every month, you always have something to invite people to that is a little bite. And then they can be an insta yes to come and spend more time with you at your summit. Okay, my friends, I promise you, when you embrace this strategy, you will absolutely get a better show up rate and sign up rate, and you'll be blissing more in your business with your summits and your workshops. Thank you, my friends.
Yay. Thank you, Miss Katerina. Does anybody have any questions for Katerina? Take advantage. I'm telling you guys, she's an open book. So if you have questions.
That's so nice. Thank you, Christy. And I will say, if anybody wants to talk to me about any of this, reach out. And I also have on my free links page, I have a video on how to do geo-targeting, which is you can target an area and invite everybody, send a direct message. This is on Facebook without having to go to their page. So you can just go down the line, and it really accelerates and makes it much more efficient to invite people through direct messaging.
Mm-hmm. I added Katerina's website to the chat, so you can absolutely go to her page and connect with her, because she's a super, 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 super awesome gal. And I always invite her to my events because she always adds and brings so much value. So
thank you, Elaine. I'm always blessing to be with you.
Love you, friend.
Love you.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up Miss Maragula, who is also somebody that hold on, I saw a hand up. Was it you, Kelly? Yeah. Do you want to ask a question?
I don't want to ask a question. Sorry, I'm eating almonds. It's 12:36 here on the East Coast. Katerina, I really appreciated what you said about engagement is everything. Because I'm getting back into the speaking world, and I'm doing my own micro events, like roundtables for Revenue Cadence. That's like my big thing this year, is physically going out and talking about this new business. And you're right, like engagement is everything. So I totally appreciate you saying that and putting it back out there in the universe for me to hear. And I like wrote it down. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's so right. So thank you for sharing all your knowledge today.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm very excited to meet you and hear your talk later. Yay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Maragula, she has been a frequent summit speaker for me. We love Maragula. So I'm going to let you have the time. Tell us all the good things.
Sure. Hi, Elaine. It's always been a pleasure to be on your summits. You always give something special that others don't actually speak about on summits. And what I would like to talk about is about email lists, because that's one of the criteria most summit hosts use to bring in their speakers. But email lists are definitely important. I don't say no, but then what's important is knowing who's on that list. Like when you choose the speaker, who's on the list, how active is that list, how was the list built? Those are the main criteria to look upon when you bring in your speaker. Like supposing if you're on the health niche and you bring, it's always ideal to bring in speakers who can actually fill up some gaps of your audience, whoever your audience may be. So in the sense, like, these speakers will offer some value which the audience will look forward to. So yes, you looking at the email side, the email list side is important when you choose your speaker. However, it's always better to do some research, or at least find out from the speaker who their audience is, who did they speak to, how often did they send out emails to their list. Because a list that's dormant is not useful at all. If you have a list, maintaining a list isn't easy. You have to keep sending out emails and keep it active. Otherwise, you keep it dormant, then you just send an email out of the blue. Maybe even we send once in a week or once in a fortnight is more than enough. We send it once in 2-3 months. Then again, we suddenly send an email just about the summit. The response is going to be very low. So when your speakers come in when you choose speakers, a lot is better not to focus on the size of the email list, but instead find out how active they are, what did they send out to their audience, and how was the email list built. Like, what was the email lists are generally built using a lead magnet. It may be some an ebook or some checklist that was given to them to bring them into the list. So whatever the topic was that intrigued them, excited them to jump into the email list, that's the same topic. Something relevant to that would make them interested in, keep them active in the list. If we share something else which is not relevant to the topic, the chances of them actually being interested in any summit you conduct is not relevant to the same topic, then any conversion, whatever your expectations are as a summit host, will not be met. The idea is we always summit hosts focus on email lists. They expecting to get more conversions, more people joining the summit, more people wanting more maybe affiliate sales, or maybe yeah, that's the main idea for having an email list. But then if you have maybe even 5,000 members on the email list, and they were all brought in to perhaps they were interested in a book about social media marketing. Instagram marketing. Suppose they like Instagram marketing, but then your speaker is talking all about LinkedIn marketing. So yes, they may be interested to learn more about LinkedIn marketing, but again, it depends. If they're active on Instagram marketing, they look forward to something which will teach them to do better in Instagram marketing than to do something that to learn LinkedIn marketing. So it's always recommended to go for quality, not quantity. Quality is always better again with respect to email lists, with respect to your audience, with respect to the topic speaker, the agenda of the summit. Similarly, is that the email list is better to be more aligned with the summit topic. If the audience doesn't actually know much about whatever topic is of the summit, they will not be interested. Even the email list, even we have 5,000 or 7,000 or 10,000 members on them. If they are not interested in the topic of the summit, the likelihood of the speakers' email members actually, members on the email list actually reading the emails, even opening the emails are very minimal. And so the chances of any conversions happening also minimal. So even the reason I speak about this is because there's so many summits I would where I've seen they have the primary criterion is to have 3,000 members on the email list. So what is the point? If they're not sending out emails at all to that email, they just have a list that is built. They don't have sent out email. They had built it about maybe a year back, and they're not sent any emails to it. And if you just send an email about a summit, no one's going to open it. No one even know. Like someone mentioned earlier, we get hundreds of emails a day. The likelihood of someone opening an email is only when they see a familiar face, or they remember the person, whoever they had met, maybe in some other recent event or a summit. Then there's a higher chance of them opening the email in the first place. And then if you don't open the email, then what is the point of having the email list? So that's that's what I would always recommend as an email summit host. Don't focus on the email list. Yes, email list is important, but it's always better to find out what the quality is like, how regular they are with the email list. And also social media following is equally important. But again, social media following, if they don't post online, then it doesn't have much either. In short, it doesn't matter where your audience lies. Like someone I just mentioned, like Carolyn mentioned, you have omni-channel marketing is definitely very useful. You can share posts on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, through flyers, through communities. However, if no one remembers you, no one knows who you are, then it's very, unless you have a really aligned topic, then there's a chance of them actually responding to the marketing. Otherwise, it's very unlikely that they'll be interested in the summit. So yes, email lists are important. Audience is important, but it's always quality over quantity, not numbers. And again, the alignment between the audience and the summit topic. But those two, if they all work out well, if they fall into place and they actually um, align with each other, then that speaker is a better person for you to have on your summit. In short, if the speaker has about 10,000 email, 10,000 big email list, but doesn't send emails to them at all. But there's another speaker who has a list of only maybe 1,000 people, but she's very active, keeps sending out emails, and that too, she doesn't send out emails just for selling. She sends value added emails to talking about giving tips, sharing maybe her podcast, sharing maybe a course, tips. Those are the people who are more likely to bring a conversion, especially if the topic is aligned with the speaker. So yes, this is what I wanted to speak about an email list, the importance of quality over quantity and alignment. And yes, it's a nice meeting all of you here too. And just always remember quality. It doesn't matter where you go, what you're doing. Quality is very important, not quantity. Thank you.
I love that. Could you share is there a good question that we could be putting on like our speaker application in order to help kind of figure out who their audience is? Like what would be a good way to find that out?
To find out the open rate of the email. Open
Okay.
how many actually open. That's one I remember one person actually asked me in the form, and I found it really good because if you know, if they have a if they the open rate is high, that means they're actively sending out emails there, and the audience is interested in learning more what they offer. So yes, asking about the open rate is always better when if you're focused on email list.
Yeah. I've had people ask, like in order to be a speaker, you have to have X amount of people on your email list. And I'm like, why? You know what I mean? Because I ask the question, but I use that as a way to gauge like potential reach, but not as a criteria that you can only be a speaker if you have X amount of people on an email list. Some people may not even have an email list. They may be, just starting out or whatever. And I don't want to disqualify somebody because of that. Like you were saying, quality over quantity to me beats any of that any day.
Exactly. It's always quality.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions for Miragula about email lists or email marketing? Bobby.
One of the things that we tell Innovation Women members is even if they don't have an email list, they can kind of tap into our systems, and we have a monthly newsletter, and we basically promote them speaking. And I'm curious, like how you think about that, Miragula, in terms of like the groups that people belong to, like how good they are or bad people are in terms of tapping into those groups that they belong to increase the reach.
Yeah, again, the group, even a group, it's the same thing applies to groups too. What is the group about? Who are the members of the group? Why were they brought into the group? If they are in a line with your summit, then it's actually useful to tap into that group members. If they were built out of for a different reason, the group members there are in the group for a different purpose altogether. They may not be interested in whatever the summit is talking about. In short, I mean, it also should be aligned with group members, whatever the group is about. If it's a Facebook group about, if it speaks about marketing, then the summit that's focused on for marketers, then they may be interested. But then again, marketers and marketing will not always work out. It's always marketers are better to speak at a summit where the audience is largely on the health niche, where they don't like marketing or they are looking out for more ways to simplify the marketing process, where there are shortcuts, where there are systems that they can use. So it's not always that your own or the same health, those in the health niche it's always better to have someone in the marketing niche as one of your speakers, because the health niche they don't have the time, or they don't like speaking, they don't like talking, they don't like sending out emails. So they would like the support given by a marketer. At the same time, if it's all marketing related summit, they may look out for support from someone in the like mental health, how to manage time, how to be resilient, how not to give up, how that those are the topics that marketers are generally looking for. Don't know how to spend time. So the groups, again, when it comes to the groups, if the group has a comprises of people that would like more information from the summit, then it's useful. Otherwise, it's not much useful even. It's the same thing applies. Like email lists and groups, it all depends on who's in the group, the quality of the group. If the group is connected with the summit topic, yes, then it is useful. Otherwise, it's not much useful either.
Mm-hmm. Does that help, Bobby?
Yep. Thank you.
Fantastic. Any other questions for Mirajala? I did put her info in the chat if you would like to go connect with her. She's a wealth of information and many, many topics. So we always enjoy having you as part of our events, Mirajala. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Samantha Fine. Let me spotlight you. And I'm going to put her info in the chat for you guys as well, so you can connect with her. So Samantha, tell us all the things we need to know about creating ads for our events.
Yes, thank you so much. So, we're going to talk about using meta ads for your event. And I think so much of what I'm going to share aligns with what you've heard from Katarina and Mirajala, because ads can really support those two things that they just shared about. If you're doing the webinars or some sort of monthly event, you can use ads to drive people who aren't as familiar with you, or even those who are, into those events. If you can use ads to bring people onto your email list, you can use ads to promote your summit. Ads are a great way to get in front of more people, both people who don't know you yet and people who do, because at the end of the day, if you're posting on social, only about 2 to 5%, and 5 is like really generous, are going to see the content you're promoting. Your email list, depending on what that open rate is, only that percentage of your email list is going to see your content. So how else can you get in front of those people and new people? You use paid ads. I focus on meta ads. I've worked across pretty much every paid ads platform throughout my career. Meta ads are where the majority of people are, whether they are in a business mindset while they're on there or they are just scrolling for their own personal use. If you are in business and you are scrolling for your personal use and you see something that's relevant to you for business, you're not going to be like, nope, not in my business mindset, I'm going to ignore that. If it's interesting to you, you're going to engage with it. So let's remove that like stigma that not everybody is using, social platforms for business, because they are, whether they're doing it for business or just scrolling for personal. And it is a great way to get in front of this audience. So what do you actually do? How do you use it, right? So the first thing and the most important thing, if you take anything away from today, do not hit the boost post button. Meta will prompt you upside down in a million different ways. They will say, hey, this post is taken off. Like, put some paid ads behind it. Boost this post. No, don't do it. That is not a strategy. It is not designed to get you to generate your actual business goals. Driving people to your profile is not going to cash people in at the bank or get them on your email list. Don't hit the boost post button. Let's talk about what to do instead. You're actually going to go inside of Ads Manager. You need to create your ad account. I know this is how it might sound like really techy, but if you're hosting a summit, you're going to have to get a little comfortable with some tech. So let's get comfortable with the tech of Meta Ads as well. You're going to use Meta Ads Manager to set up your campaigns. When you think about your campaign strategy, you are going to align it with your business goals. So if you're driving to a free event, you're going to want, and you want to capture leads that are going to go on your email list, leads that are going to attend your monthly webinars or whatever it is you're hosting, leads that are going to attend your summit. You're going to want a lead campaign. Okay. You want your goal, the action you want people to take to line up with the objective you use in your ads. I think a huge mistake I see so many founders make is they think they just need more traffic to the landing page, so they run traffic campaigns. A traffic campaign is going to focus on finding people inside of Meta that are likely to click. But that doesn't mean they're going to take an action. So Meta's objectives are focused on you tell them what action you want the people to take, and they're going to find people within your desired audience, the audience you set, which we'll talk about in a minute, who are likely and that resonate with your message, which we'll also talk about, that are likely to take that desired action. So the first thing you need to ask yourself, what action do I want them to take? Is it a lead? Is it a purchase? What action am I asking them to take? And then you're going to align it with that. Now, there's a slight caveat here. Let's say you have a free workshop or a free summit, and right after they register, they can pay for something to upgrade. Okay. If that paid action happens right away or at least within 5 days of the registration. So if you have, if you're running ads to a free workshop and that free workshop is 10 days away and you're not pitching to them until that 10 days, we're not talking about that. If you're not pitching until the end of your workshop and you're running ads for weeks ahead of time, we're not talking about that. That paid action would need to happen right after they sign up for the free option or at least within 5 days. In that case, if you want to focus on the purchasers, the people that are actually buying over just lead volume, then you can do purchase, even though your front end goal initially is leads. Your lead volume will be lower, but you will get more buyers versus just leads or potential freebie seekers. So that's the general guidance when it's leads and purchases. And those are the two objectives that I typically recommend for most business owners. And for summits or webinars like Katarina was talking about, or email list growth like Marangela was talking about, those are going to be the things that you're going to focus on. Okay, so objective is the first thing. Next is your audience. So one of the great things about ads is you can tell Meta who you want to target. Whereas like with organic, it might be the people you actually want. It could be your best friend and your mom who see all your content. I know they see mine. So with ads, you can say who you want to see your content. Now, audience targeting on Meta has changed a lot, especially over the last 6 months since Meta released what they call Andromeda, which is their new AI that powers the platform. So now you don't necessarily want to go in and stack a bunch of audiences. You also don't necessarily want to throw targeting out the window and just go all in on Meta's Advantage Plus, which is their other AI. AI can be great, but AI is only as good as the information that you give it. So if you haven't been running ads, if you don't have a ton of lead and sales data against your Meta Pixel, which is a piece of code and Meta Conversion API, which is direct connection into your CRM, your website, your sales platform, whatever it is that you're driving people to. These are things you'll need to set up when you're setting up your ad account and all that tech stuff I mentioned earlier. If you don't have a ton of data against that, Meta's not going to necessarily know who to work with. And so you're going to spend a lot of money letting Meta figure that out before you start to get those results. So with most clients that I work with, I do not recommend using Advantage Plus right away. Unless you have that sales data to feed Meta, whether it's with the pixel already on it or at least by sharing a list of purchasers. If you're not going to use Advantage Plus, then you want to figure out, okay, what is that broader category of who I'm trying to reach? Is it entrepreneurs? Is it people interested in fitness? Is it people interested in health and wellness? Like, what is that broader category that you cover, that your webinar is going to cover, your summits are going to cover? What is that broader category for your business, for your audience? And you're going to use that along with any relevant demographic or geographic information based on your audience and where you are located, if that's relevant. And that's how you're going to craft your audience. And you are going to let your content, your ads, do more of that refinement of who you are trying to reach within that broad audience. Okay. So the content, the ads are the next piece of it. This is where we're going to craft our message. And this is where you want to get really specific about who you are trying to reach, what their challenges are. What are they trying to accomplish? What challenges are they facing that your summit, your webinar, your email list builder, whatever it is, can help them solve? Okay, really, really specific about those challenges, about the desires they have that your offers can help them achieve. Get really, really specific about transformations that they could get. What are the benefits of them coming to your summit? What are the benefits of them coming to your workshop or downloading your lead magnet or whatever it is that you're running ads to? Focus on those core things. Is your story about why you are hosting the summit, doing the webinar, how you started your business, is that going to help them understand the potential transformation or even be that validation of why they should care about you? Elaine and I had a conversation before the summit about how to really grow trust in especially with people that haven't heard of you before. Sharing your story is one of those ways. Addressing, this can be part of the challenges or desires, but it's also if you know that your way is different than other people they've seen and there's a trust issue there. We talked about that with summits. Address that directly in a video ad, in a carousel ad, and let that shine. Showcase why you are different than what they keep seeing out there or than all the other options out there. This is the type of stuff that you want to use for your ads. They can also do double duty and be used organically, but when you use them for your ads, you really want to make sure that both within the visual itself and within the ad copy, you are calling out who that message is for. Who is that person that you want to see this ad and get them to take that desired action of becoming a lead or becoming a buyer for you. So really focus on that and make sure you have volume and variety with your messaging. So I used to say, you need 3 core pieces of content and 2 copy variations of each, launch with 6 ads. Now I almost double it. Not always, but you want to think about having a solid variety of content, both in the ways in. So think about those challenges, desires, transformation stories that we talked about just now, but also in how it's showing up. B-roll reels, talking head reels, so face to camera type of reels, carousels, statics. There is no one size fits all when it comes to ads. I get the question all the time of what's the best type of ad to create? Should I create a static? Should I create a video? Create all of it. Give Meta options. And when you give them the options, you can then see, okay, what's working, what isn't. I have some clients where B-roll is winner like every single time. I have others where it's a talking head. I have others where it's carousel. Some it's static. Sometimes it's different offers have different ad types of ads that work best. So if you only create B-roll reels and you're not giving Meta that variety, you have no idea what you're leaving on the table. So I always recommend creating that variety. And that doesn't mean that everything has to be drastically different. Think about those ways in that we talked about. That same hook and caption and headline can all be used across the different formats. And this is where I really love using AI to help you iterate on that. Take that concept, that talking head reel that you create, and pop it into the transcript into AI and say, help me, this is my talking head reel. Help me craft the caption for this and help me turn it into a carousel. Now, again, AI is only as good as the information you put into it. So always make sure you're reviewing it and looking at it and then putting your touch on it. But then also once you've seen what works, feed that into it. Say, okay, this was my top performing ad when I ran this workshop. I'm running it again next month. Help me, create new variations of it. Okay, so you're not constantly having to reinvent the wheel. You're learning what works, and then you're iterating on those top performers. And then, especially, Katarina mentioned earlier about the topic that you're talking about in your workshops and how they can lead into your summits, right? Like when you're doing these tests and when you're running ads ahead of your summit, you're running ads to these workshops or whatever it is that you're going to be doing to build your audience before the workshop, then you'll actually start to know what works. What language is working right now? Because now you're doing a big summit and you've been spending, X amount of months doing these monthly workshops or webinars, and you're learning what messages are working and you're running ads and you're building your email list. So now it's time to launch. And whether you are only launching to your warm audience, your email list, your Instagram and Facebook followers, etc., or if you're launching to a cold audience as well. So just using, people who may not be familiar with you on with your ads or that combination. You know what works now because you've been learning. So you can leverage that. And then instead of just running ads for the summit, you're trying to learn and grow that at the same time, you're already able to take the learnings from before. So I always recommend, if you want to focus on a summit, pick that date and then back out at least 60 to 90 days for you to build that warm audience. That's going to make it easier to build that trust and then get them to join the summit. And then you could still run cold, ads to cold audiences for the summit, but you've already built up this bigger audience that you can now engage with, both with retargeting ads, with your emails, with those direct invitations, and all the ways that we've been talking about here. Another thing, just to tie in with that, the direct invitations that Katerina was mentioning got me thinking about a strategy I've actually been using quite a bit for my own workshops. So there's multiple ways you can run lead generation ads. One of the ways that I do it for my workshops is with instant forms. So it's a form that's on inside of Meta Ads Manager, and they can complete the form in there, so they don't even have to leave the platform. They're not, and I'm using technology to pull that person from Meta, from the instant form on Meta into my CRM. But you also have the option to say to that person, do you want to have a conversation do you want to open up a conversation in Messenger? So they can have a DM, that submission that can get sent into my Facebook Messenger if the ad came from Facebook, or my Instagram Messenger if the ad came from Instagram. So once they do that, I then go in and immediately start those conversations with those people. Because not only have they said, yes, I'm interested in what you're talking about, but now they've also said, yes, I'm also interested in talking to you directly. So they are double raising their hand. So there is zero reason for you to not go in there and have those conversations. So you can start to build that relationship. And depending on how close that conversation is to when you're doing your summit, just because they signed up for a workshop does not mean you shouldn't immediately have that conversation, get to know them, understand their challenges, and say, I'm also doing this summit in, XYZ weeks. Would you like to learn more? So there's just all of these things can really tie together. Ads are that fuel. They're the fuel that you can pour on the fire of what's already working. So with those workshops and webinars, I wouldn't necessarily recommend running ads the very first time you're doing something. You want to learn, make sure it's working, validate it, and then pour that fuel on. Of course, you can run ads the first time you're hosting a summit, but just know, if you haven't been running ads before, if you haven't validated all those things, you're going to spend a lot of money to validate. So I always recommend, first and foremost, making sure you've validated what you are putting money behind. I feel like I've just done a lot of talking here, but that's really those are the biggest core things I would say to keep in mind when you are running ads. They can really be so effective. They don't have to be super expensive. Your budget really needs to depend on your goals. Another thing Elena and I talked about is I don't give generic budget advice, because your budget is so specific to your goals. If how many leads do you want to have? What is the revenue profit you want to make? All these things feed into how much you need to be spending. And you can't just take, there's no one size fits all when it comes to budget, when it comes to strategy, when it comes to audiences, all these things. Ads really do need to be customized to your specific business and offers. So what I've shared with you today is the framework that I teach, and how to craft a custom strategy for your business. That's all I've got for you right now.
I love it. Oh my gosh. So we had a question. Christy was asking if you could share what B-roll video is.
Yes, great question. So B-roll video is just any video of you doing something in the background. I mean, I could pop up a tripod right now and take a video of me while I'm talking and just use that video without the sound. That's B-roll. So you could do video of, anything really. I mean, I work with a coach who just posted a video of picking up stuff, picking up toys from her kids, but the copy over it was all business messaging. So it's any background video, and you typically pair it with music so that whatever the sound of the video is not there. There's music behind it. Say anywhere from 8 to 10, no more than 15 seconds. And you really have a hook on top of it. I have a ton of B-roll content on my Instagram you can check out.
Anahita had a question as well. Anahita, do you want to ask your question? This is Samantha that I was telling you about yesterday,
Yeah. A wonderful talk. I learned I couldn't took notes fast enough. What are your thoughts about using dynamic creatives? Like,
Great question. So here's my feeling on dynamic creatives. If you do not know what works for you yet, don't use it. Once you know what works, then you can use it. Now, with that said, there's different ways to use dynamic creative inside of Meta. So if we're talking just about the copy, so when you're in Ads Manager and there's the primary caption, there's the main section for you to put your primary, but then they give you, 5 other options. That is easier to extract and see what worked. It's not perfect, but it's much easier to do that than if you're using like, I'm going to put all 5 of these images and all these texts and have multiple different variations. If you don't know what's working for you yet, don't do it. Learn what works, and then you can start, once you know what's working, then you can consolidate how you're setting things up.
thank you.
Do you want to go into a little bit about what dynamic creative is? Because I think that's probably a term some people may not be familiar with.
Yeah. So Meta and many other platforms do this where you can basically say like, here's X amount of images or video, and here's X amount of copy, and go ahead and choose what we're going to pull from each of these and pair them together. It's a very basic, basic explanation of it.
So it's letting the platform choose for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And while you are always, in a sense, letting the platform choose for you as to what's going to work, your learnings are what's going to make your ads more effective and efficient over time. And so that's why I say there's nothing, there's no harm in testing it, but wait to test dynamic creative until you've already tested the pieces together. I used to set creatives up where I'd say like, okay, this one ad and this image are going together, but I'm also, or this one ad visual and this one ad copy are going together, but I'm also using a second copy and that's going to be set up as another ad. And then I'm going to use that same copy and a different visual and that's set up as a different ad. Now, sometimes I still do that, but I will use the copy in the dynamic creative because like I was saying, when you mix them all together, Meta does not make it easy to pull reports to see what combinations worked best. And sometimes the data doesn't always add up. But if you have, okay, this image and these 5 copies is going to be set up as one ad, and then this image or video and these 5 copies are going to be set up as another ad, it makes it easier. You can decipher from that image which copy did best. It's still not perfect, but it is easier to do that than if you're mixing the images, videos, and the copy together and then trying to see, okay, well, what actually worked?
Oh, girl, take a breath. You are amazing. Does anybody have any questions for Samantha? Feedback? Have you used ads before? What was your experience? Good, the bad, and the ugly. This is the place to have those conversations.
I have a question.
Yes, Christy.
And my question is, so if you're a small business and don't have a huge budget, so I like what you said that it depends on what your goals are. Well, I have different goals than maybe my actual money is allowing me. What would be an amount? I'd like to have them matching up, and that's the goal, and we're working towards that. But just for like someone who is starting off with a small budget, like, can you do something like what would be kind of the minimal amount to start off with to have as a goal? If you just want to start just trying that, just like you said, you want to create like this validation piece, what would that look like?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think, there's, you can have small budgets. It really depends on the structure. For one primary, like a lead gen with one specific audience, you could do $15 to $20 a day and you'll get those leads. And so you're talking, at that point, it's less than $1,000 a month. I typically wouldn't recommend doing, I would not recommend doing like a purchase campaign for that amount if you were trying to drive purchase. But if you were just doing lead gen, like you can start that low. I've worked with clients who've done that and had great success bringing more people into their email list, bringing more people into their webinars, et cetera. You just, again, like have to think about, okay, well, what is that? What is that my cost per lead going to be? And what is that actually going to get me? I've talked to some people where that if they have a goal of, I can't remember the exact number it was when I was talking to one person, but we realized that the amount she was going to spend and her lead gen goal, she was never going to get there. And in that case, it did not make sense for her to run ads. So you really need to figure out what that goal is, and then is your cost per lead going to work? Depending on, if we're talking about a free summit or a free webinar, your cost per lead could be anywhere from, on the really efficient end, $3, on the really expensive end, $10. It just sort of depends on who the audience is and the timing and the audience size and all of that stuff. So, I have seen some even lower than that $3 mark, but there's so much that goes into it, which is again why I don't love to give generic advice on that. I will say too, there is a lot of content out there, a lot of ads I have seen talking about a $5 a day ad strategy. And I will just clarify, because if you see that out there, that's a visibility ad strategy. That is not necessarily going to align up with your business goals.
I have had, I think it was Katarina who said once that she was using like Eventbrite and was using that as a way to like for events, and she would put like $100 in an ad on Eventbrite. And I'm curious if you've had any experience with that before.
I have not used ads on Eventbrite. That is one platform I haven't really done that. But the other thing I have used, Eventbrite is actually one of the one of the event ticket holder kind of platforms that does allow you to put your Metapixel on it. So one of my clients, she does all of her events through, or most of her events through Eventbrite, and we can optimize in her case, it's purchases of those event tickets, even when they're being sold on Eventbrite. So that's a great thing about Eventbrite. Not all ticket holder places do that.
Yeah.
I think one thing there are obviously the reach is going to be lower on something like Eventbrite versus Meta. So that's just one thing to keep in mind.
Yeah.
And typically that means like a higher cost.
Yeah. Katarina, do you want to share about your experience? Because I'm pretty sure you were the one that told me of that before. Like that was a strategy that you used.
Yeah. So what we do is for 10 days before the event, event or workshop, we do $5 a day on Eventbrite. And part of the reason to do it is because there are so many thousands of events on Eventbrite. So Elaine, even if I know the name of your event and I've got your name, sometimes I cannot find
there's so many
that I'm knowing. Right. And so that way it tends to get in front of a lot more people. And the other thing is that people go to Eventbrite for events.
They're looking.
So it's, and so many of my gals get up to 100 signups for their workshops. We use it primarily for workshops because people are, for a 1 hour event, they're going to test a 1 hour event if they don't know you, but they're not necessarily going to sign up for your summit. If they might sign up, but they won't necessarily show up.
Yeah.
So I do find it very effective for the free workshops.
And I will say on the tech part, if you know me, you know I love technology, but with both Facebook, Instagram and Eventbrite, integrating into whatever CRM you are using, please make it easy on yourself. And if it's not in your zone of genius, 100%, it's okay to reach out and ask me for help because I will tell you how to do it. But make that easy for yourself because otherwise you're trying to like coral all of your leads that live in all of these places that have signed up in different ways. And you need to get them into whatever CRM you are using so that you can communicate with them and send them the reminders and the workbooks and the Zoom links and all of the things that you are not going to really be able to do if they're not in your CRM. So just want to put that out there that whatever you're using, I don't care if you use Zapier to connect it all, whether it's an integration directly, I don't care what it is, but definitely what you have to have some sort of database to corral your people. Otherwise, things are going to fall right through the cracks. Bobby, what would you like to add?
Yeah, and we've used Eventbrite extensively as well, both for webinars and for in-person events. And they have their whole advertising campaign that you can run on there, but they can also connect to all of your social media if you want to manage event focused advertising campaigns. I will also say that Eventbrite makes it very easy to set up tracking links. So that is a good use of it. And if you are doing events, Eventbrite offers you literally like click here, this your whole event that you put up on Eventbrite, you can actually turn into an ad. So it is relatively easy, which also means it's relatively easy to spend a lot of money. So be careful.
Yes.
Eventbrite also has 3 basic different kinds of ad campaigns that they run inside their own ads. So you're going to look for Eventbrite ads, and they have things like boost attendance, drive traffic. And I think the boost attendance is a relatively new category. We are just experimenting with this. We do a lot of A/B testing for our events. And I will say that I can't remember what the third one was in terms of the options, but the third one was bad, and the other 2 that I just mentioned are better.
Gotcha. Kelly,
Also,
yeah.
I just want to say, watch things on Eventbrite carefully, because every once in a while something would go really bad with Eventbrite, and they had an actual issue with their geofencing. And we ended up getting actually a big refund for one of our clients, because we noticed that all of a sudden we were starting to get people signing up for a webinar, which, makes sense, from like Australia and stuff like that, when this was a client that wanted local clients. And because it was an online only event, Eventbrite is like, show it to everyone. And we're like, no, we specifically chose a space. So just watch carefully the results that you get. And that's true of any advertising campaign.
Cool.
I would
Kelly.
also just,
Samantha, go ahead.
I was just going to say one thing in terms of differences with Meta versus something like an Eventbrite is with Eventbrite, you're probably getting people that are more like they're searching for this, right? They're seeking this out.
Yeah.
And so while they might be more qualified in that sense, you also have to think about push versus pull marketing. And so you want to make sure that there are going to be people that are really interested in what you offer, but don't yet know that you are the solution, or that your event is the place they want to go, is going to be the solution to their problem. So they might be problem aware and not solution aware, or they might be problem and solution aware, but not aware of you. So when you don't have that, it's going to be a lot harder to get that side on, Eventbrite or even Google or some of those more like search-based platforms versus Meta, where you're going to have an easier time reaching more of a broader audience. And again, that just goes back to the reach element.
Yeah. Kelly, what do you want to add before we go take a bio break?
Sure. No, absolutely. So, with Eventbrite, one of the things that I learned from planning massive events of like hundreds of people coming, as well as multiple events per client, because we would run their registration page and zap them, attendees in and all of that. But you can call into Eventbrite and you can tell them the number of events that you will be doing, and you can literally create a deal for up to 3 years for them to lower the credit card service fee and the event. Like, I don't know what it is now. Back in the day, it used to be like $1.50 or $2 per event fee per ticket. They will reduce that all the way down to $1. So just from a savings standpoint, if you're you already use Eventbrite and you use it for everything, or if you're looking for that platform because it is very easy to use. I'm always a big believer in sharing the wealth on how you all can save money, because credit card, like you can't get away from the credit card percentages and all of those things, but they're actually very friendly and very easy to work with. And I had no idea they did that until I asked the question for a client. So I just wanted to share that piece of information too.
Yeah, I think that's super important. So thank you, everybody. We're going to take a bio break because, everybody's got to pee. And we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. And then we're going to get started with our next section. We're going to have some juicy conversations. So we'll see you guys back in 10 minutes, okay? Hope everybody had a good little break. Got some water, snack, something. It's going to be a great convo that we're about to have here. How are you guys feeling so far? Good? Good. I'm happy to hear that. I'm going to add the workbook back into the chat just in case. All right. So we are about to go into a live conversation that is around, hold the phone and get to my agenda here. We're going to be talking about filling the room with the right people. And so so Kelly and Samantha Fine, Marangela, and Carly are going to give us all some tips on how to fill the room with the right people, because as we've kind of alluded to, good people and people that are not aligned. And who would you rather have in the room? Right? People that are aligned and actually want to be there. So I am going to bring to the spotlight. We have Carly and we have Kelly and Marangela. Hopefully she'll come and hold on. Oh, I can't spotlight her. She's not on camera. And then there you are. She's back. Now we can add her as a spotlight. And then Samantha, there you are. And then I'm going to bring myself back in here so we can all see each other. Okay. All right. So this whole conversation is, again, about filling the room with the right people. And so I have some questions for each of you. I would love to know, when you think about getting people in the room, how much is about strategy and how much of it is mindset? And I would love for each of you to share a little, if you would like, about strategy versus mindset, because they both play a part and one does impact the other. So who would like to start us up on that one?
I'm happy to
I'll go.
Okay.
Go ahead, Samantha.
I think, on the strategy piece, I do think there is absolutely like a big part of like identifying who you want in that room and really getting super clear on who this person is, what their challenges are, what's their desire, what are they going to get out of being there. And making that clear everywhere in your, in the sales page, in the opt-in page, in your content, in your ads, etc. Like having that mapped out and the strategy behind who you want to be in that room and where they are and what this is going to do, keeping that consistent throughout, that is going to be crucial to attracting the right people. on the mindset part, I think, and I am by no means a mindset coach of any kind, but I think it is important for you to not be in your head so much about who that person is. Like, get clear on who you want, but like also don't think about it from and there's a lot of people who think like I can help everybody, I want to attract everyone, but when you talk to everybody, you talk to no one. And so really think about who is it that you can provide that transformation for. And there might be the people you want to provide the transformation for, and then there's going to be the people that actually you do provide that for and that are the ones that are signing up for your program. So sometimes you have to get out of your own head and think about who are you already connecting with? Who are you already attracting? And if that's who's interested in your offer, work with that. That doesn't mean you can't, I'll just add, that doesn't mean you can't attract a different person if you are attracting the wrong people for your offer. That definitely doesn't mean like if you have a goal in mind that you can't attract the person you want to attract. My thought with that was more so on I think it'll be best explained in an example. I had a conversation with a client who is a productivity coach. And in her mind, she was thinking, well, people are going to come to this if they're constantly dropping the ball on things. And her assistant was on the call with her, and she said, well, if you think about the people that are actually coming up to the ones we're already doing, they have the balls in the air. They're just trying not to drop the glass ones, and they want better ways to do it. And so that's more of how I was trying to get to it, of like, think about who you want to attract, who you are attracting, and make sure your communication is aligned with that.
How about you, Kelly?
So I personally think every day as a business owner for the past 10 years, it's 90% mindset and 10% everything else. You know, I want you all to remember that you had the courage to put the event out there and build an event and take that step. Courage is a thing. Everybody's like, oh, you got to be more confident. That you can shape. But again, you had the courage to do a thing that really freaking scared you, and you did it. And now it's like, oh, I have to find the people now. And you know, for somebody who likes talking about sales all the time, 24/7, there's some days I don't want to do it. And there's some days I don't want to talk about an event that I'm getting ready to throw. So what I would say in that instance is you now have the courage. Now this is where the strategy comes in, and it's the courage to take the momentum in the strategy. So I want you to always remember what your expectation and ROI of your event is. And what I mean by that is anytime I'm building out an event, I want to pick something that is going to engage and be meaningful to my audience, but I equally need to manage my own expectations of what that is that I'm trying to get out of it. So an example of that would be, I want to gain 3 new these type of clients. So I'm going to put a strategy out there of I want to do fractional CRO work for venues. Where are my venue owners hanging out? A lot of you on this call have amazing niches. You don't need to go outside of that. It goes back to what Samantha was just saying. And when you talk to everyone, you're not talking to anyone. So the other piece of it is getting over the fear, like constantly feeling like that gut punch. So my best advice is use marketing techniques that you love to do, because if you pick something that you don't like, you're not going to do it. So a good strategy in that is I love marketing. I love networking. I love connecting. I have a whole month-to-month, very color-coded, it looks like Rainbow Bright puked all over spreadsheets and calendars in my world. And I have a whole map of all of the hospitality businesses or business related events that I'm going to, that while I'm at that event, if I'm talking to somebody who is a business owner and checks all the boxes of what I'm looking to do in this event, I tell them about it. So I do those pieces, and then my people are hanging out on LinkedIn. I don't have an email list. I have maybe 15 people that, well, I have a little bit more that know about Revenue Cadence. But what I mean by that is I don't let that get me tripped up. I have 4,200 followers on LinkedIn. I then start the conversations and I pick up the phone. I don't know if any of you have watched the video, but picking up the phone, we tend to go towards cold outreach instead of going to hot outreach. And we focus on the how and not the who can help me. Who are my biggest cheerleaders? I always recommend in any type of event, summit, have a wing person, have a past client. They will rally for you. They will talk about your event. They will cheer you on. You can plant them in the audience to ask certain questions. That's a huge piece. And then the last thing that I would say is, I don't know if any of you have heard about the 5-second rule by Mel Robbins. We really love Mel Robbins in our house. And my daughter is terrified to literally make friends. That's all we've been talking about. We recently moved to Florida, and her birthday is at the beginning of the school year. It's September 21st. She thinks Earth, Wind, and Fire wrote that song about her. And I'm like, oh, child, like that song was years ago. But I love that you think that's all about you. So we have a pool, and she wanted to have a pool party. And I gave her, I'm like, how many invitations do you want? And Jason's like, my husband's like, we can only fit like 20 people in the pool. I'm like, screw that, man. Like, if she wants 60 invitations, I'll give her whatever she needs. So we printed out 60 invitations, and literally she was listening to Mel Robbins in the car with the 5-second rule. And she's like, Mom, if Mel Robbins can get out of 800K in debt, I can give out 60 invitations. So she would make a goal for herself every day when she would go to school about doing the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 of getting over that fear and instantly doing it. And she did it, and she made friends. She just had to get over the fear of it. So it's again, mindset and strategy, 90% mindset, 10% strategy. I feel.
Yeah, it can be really hard to get out of your own way and do the things that you know you need to do. And I am no stranger to that. Like, I literally posted a graphic of fear and anxiety hugging each other from Inside Out 2 because I
Yes.
love that movie so much. And I literally envision that I have little characters in my brain, and they all have their own little personality. And Sally the Saboteur is always trying to drive. And I'm like, no, you can't, because she literally is trying to stop me from doing all the big things that I want to do. And then fucking Felicia comes along, and she is the girl with no filter and just do it now. So it's helpful to have these little, little characters, but identifying what is mindset and knowing that if I don't have the right mindset, I can't implement the strategy because I will talk myself out of it. And so I think it's so important that yes, we could talk about how to fill the room and all the things and how to get butts in seats, but if you do not have the right mindset, you're not going to talk about your event. You're going to be afraid to invite people because there might be like a little, fear of rejection or something like that. And then all of a sudden nobody likes me, and it just goes into this like spiral. So what I have to do is I think about one person. If I can help one person, that's all I care about. And I have kind of adopted that as a rule of thumb, that I'm just looking to help one person at a time instead of helping all the people, because I can't, right? So if one person showed up today and said, I'm here and I really want to learn, then I'm going to do what I got to do to help them. And so it kind of released the pressure of trying to create this huge thing where I have so many people that I can't manage it on my own, this number, 20 people on the screen, oh, perfect. It's manageable, it's easy, right? And so if you think about it as one person, does that help your mindset? Does that shift your strategy? And will you then allow yourself to be a little vulnerable and reach out in the DMs and do that personal invitation that Katerina was talking about? I think it makes it a lot easier if we can just say, who's the one person that I can help today? Right?
Yes. And I think what I really love that you did this morning, because ROIs and expectations is not necessarily about getting new clients. And I think we also put pressure on ourselves with that. I love that you were like, there is no pitch in here. We are having a conversation. My biggest why for me is to pull amazing people together to talk about things that are going on that are not talked about and literally build and make friends. And that may be your expectation when you're planning an event, or, hey, I've never done this before. I want to see what I get out of it, where you can then take the data and then move forward with how you feel what went well and what you may want to tweak. So there's so many ways, but I also wanted to point that out too, because when you said that this morning, Elaine, watching people on camera, like shoulders dropped. Like, great, I'm not going to be pitched. I'm not going to there's no pressure to say no. I just get to have fun and be present and be engaged. So yeah, I also wanted to share that. That was perfect this morning. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So Carly, let's talk about from the attendee perspective, right? So we're talking about marketing and how to fill the room and all the things, but as somebody who wants, from an attendee perspective, what makes you actually want to show up into a room? What are the things we're doing to repel people?
Right. Well, one thing I will tell everyone, if you don't know already, but they're estimating, and I think this is a low estimate, that 20% of the global population has ADHD or autism, which means 20% of who's showing up for your events are neurodivergent. 20% of who's showing up for your, workshops, summit, all the things need special accommodations. And I don't think a lot of people consider that. One big not to do, and Elaine has been talking about this a lot as I actually showed her the evidence. But
the evidence was, I was like, I cannot believe what I'm seeing with my eyeballs. She shared her screen and showed me, and I was like, get out.
A few weeks ago, I think it was April 7th, I signed up for a summit that was going to be the following weekend. I run events for a living. I had 2 events, so I knew I wasn't going to be able to attend the whole thing. But when the emails started coming down, I was turned off completely. I finally unsubscribed on the following Tuesday. I had gotten over 50 emails from them.
Yeah.
50 in a week. And a lot of them were urgent or you're late. And I'm like, excuse me, nothing about anyone's summit ever is urgent. Urgent is, I need to go to the hospital.
Right.
Urgent is, I have a client not happy with me and I need to resolve this. But nothing about anyone's summit is ever urgent. And I was getting emails saying you're late. What does that do to someone's nervous system? It's horrendous.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and not only that, I don't really want to shout them out, but I think the title of their summit wasn't even aligned with their actions, because it was a body, mind, and spirit themed event.
And you're disrupting people's nervous system that is not in alignment with the title of their event.
Right. And I was like, there were people I wanted to see, but I was so turned off by this that I was like, forget that. Forget it. And even after the event, I was getting multiple emails a day. And I'm like, this is just telling me that I am a number you need to sign on to your event and sell me something versus actually caring about the content you're delivering.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a really great way to bring in Miragula to talk about emails around your summits and how often should they be and when should we be sending those out. And, I get it. Like you want to keep people engaged, but you also don't want to create like this annoyance factor of get out of my inbox. I one time signed up, this lady wanted me on her podcast, and I was like, cool. And then I'm getting literally 5 emails a day from her. And you know what I did? I canceled
Unsubscribe.
because I said, I don't want all of this. I just wanted to come and talk to you because you invited me. But now I don't even want to do that anymore because what am I going to continue to get? And so I think there's a line between nurture and harassment. Can you kind of fill us in a little bit about what should that cadence be?
Yeah, sure. That's I'm sending email. Is definitely necessary, but then not 50 emails in a week or in a day. It's a complete no-no.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned earlier, that's why it's always better to keep sending emails to your list. Don't just send out of the blue all of a sudden. And if you're promoting a summit, maybe like how Elaine is doing the right thing. She sends about a 1 week, and then not speak only about summit. Speak something else that related to the summit, perhaps, or share your own personal experiences. Exactly how Elaine does. That's why I like about how Elaine conducts the summit. She only does it the right way. You don't just talk about the summit. Don't keep promoting the summit. Speak about yourself. Speak about your everyday, your clients, your work, and your own experiences. And then once in a while, maybe a PS about some reminder about summit coming up soon, and you can just share a link here and there. That's the best way email should go out for a summit. From that perspective, when you're talking about mindset, I just wanted to give a note, like it's always better to participate in a summit, not with the intention of selling. Like I've been working online for 25 years now, and I've built, the only thing I've done is build relationships. I have more friends online than offline. Connecting with people, you don't have the person you meet today may not be your client today or tomorrow. They may never be a client. You can just be a person you like to refer to. There's so many people I refer to just because I know them. That's the reason we meet people online. The beauty of being on the internet is that you can connect with anyone from wherever you are in whichever part of the world is. You get to build connections, and then you provide a solution to another person. Be the person who gives a solution to any sort of problem. It doesn't have to be necessary on that summit day itself. So once you have that mindset and you attend the summit just to build a connection, to meet more people, you don't feel a stress at all. You enjoy the summit then. And then in addition to that, thinking that it doesn't have to, the sale doesn't have to happen on the summit itself. That's why the email list is so important. Email list and social media marketing. And I'm a writer. I enjoy writing. Content creation is my passion. So you share about the summit and later on. You never know when. You can talk about the same topic. It's not necessarily that the summit is the only day you get promoted, whatever you're doing. You can promote it in other ways. You can have, like I said, you can have the recording. You create small course out of it. You can create small pieces of content, email, share it out. Use that instead of just don't focus as the summit as your pitch point. Just focus on the summit to share value. Once you do that, that's a strategy, is best strategy to implement. Focus, take it lightly, just as a gathering. Like meeting people, getting to know what exists. I mean, just enlightening others, creating awareness, giving others more knowledge, and let them learn more about the process of what they should be doing or they shouldn't be doing. That's more than enough.
Yeah.
They set the ball rolling, and then anything happen later on, not necessarily on the day of the summit.
Can I add something to?
Please.
Also, what you're sending in your emails can make a huge difference. If for people with ADHD like myself, if something comes in big paragraphs, it's not getting, I might read it, but it's not staying in my head. Short instructions about what I'm supposed to do step by step. I was recently interviewed on a podcast and realized I completely missed their email about everything because the instructions weren't simple. And I was like, okay, I'm going to read this and then nothing's going to stick in my brain because I'm thinking about something else. And then I'm going to either completely forget that it happened or at the last minute go, what was I supposed to do? So how you're marketing, also know your target audience well. I signed up for an ADHD summit for women and they were offering an upgrade for getting the closed captions. And I said, are you kidding me? There's a ton of comorbidities that come with ADHD and autism, and one of them is an auditory processing disorder. So it's hard for me to actually listen to what you're saying without reading it. You know, another thing I talked about earlier with Elaine is with that auditory processing disorder, sometimes we need to go back and listen to things again because our phone went off and we were like, oh shoot, what was that? So, you know, offer at least for a small amount of time what you've recorded, and then, you know, have people upgrade from there, because it could be ableist.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's really important. Let's talk about impact, right? So sharing the summits, we have a variety of ways. We have email, we have social media, we have ads, we have direct messaging. What do you think is the best way? And I would love for each of you to chime in on this question from your perspectives. How do you like to promote your events?
Again, I would say it's a target audience. Where
Target
are they?
audience.
Which platform? It's a target. Always know who your target audience is,
Yeah.
where they are, what they like. Some, like I always say, some may like Carly mentioned, it's not necessarily visual content. Some people like reading. I enjoy reading more than visual content. I don't have the patience of looking at the entire video. I prefer reading. So each person has the preferences. So having different types of content, different platforms, and then mixing and using a combination of all visual and textual content will work better. And again, if you know your audience, then it's the best. You just share the content where they are. If they're on email list, or if they're on Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever it is, know your audience, see where they're looking for your solution, and just share a part of content there. That's the best way to look at it. That's my perspective.
Okay, good. Who else wants to go? Share, what is your favorite?
I would just add, because I totally agree. I think using all of it. I mean, obviously I'm an ads person, so like I think, you know, ads are a great way to promote it. But anytime I run ads, I'm also sending it to my email list. I'm posting about it on social.
Yes.
I'm reaching out to people that I think it would be relevant for, posting in networking groups I'm in. So, you know, when it comes to promoting your events, there's no reason not to use everything at your disposal.
Yeah.
I'd say,
Oh, go
ahead.
Carly. Yeah.
Go ahead, Carly.
I'd say I respond most to ads.
Okay.
Or Facebook posts or boosts. I get inundated with emails like 500 before I even wake up in the morning. It's stupid. So I am not looking at those, because if it says unsubscribe, probably not a thing for me. Unless I'm shopping and need a deal. So I just search for that later, right? That's where I would get the most response. I don't have an email list like Kelly, but I have over between all my platforms, it's well over 10,000 followers. So social media is, you know, where I tend to get things done.
Hey. How about you, Kelly?
I mean, my favorite for sure is having the in-person text, phone conversations, when I'm out and about. Those are always my strategies, because I love I am an internal connector, and I love the conversations. And you know, that may be through a coffee chat, that may be at a networking event, both virtually or in person. Literally, it may be, I haven't talked to somebody in forever and they're an old client, and it's just, hey, how is it going? And I thought of you specifically because of the work that we did, and this is what I'm doing. What do you think about it? I also take it a step further in asking for the referral. And that can be incredibly hard.
Yeah.
It's also really being very, very particular in the goals that you set for yourself. So, and a lot of you have talked about this today, like, again, being realistic with your expectations too. So for me, if I'm going to have an event for 10 people and I know that I'm 50% sold out, I know that like I've got to have 20 conversations in the next 3 days in order to get those 5 people in. I'm constantly thinking about those things and taking it in small doses. I can tell you looking at the data is really incredibly important because the feelings are not the facts. We as humans have the feelings. The data and the business has the facts. We just have to pay attention to it. From an email marketing list, when I used to have those pieces, I would go into the data of an email marketing campaign and look at the list of who hit the button.
Yep.
They might not have necessarily purchased, but they've hit the button and I could see how many times they had hit the button. So what we would do is we would divide up that list and literally just call people and be like, hey, how are you doing? I was thinking about you, not being like, oh, I saw you hit the button 5 times and I want to have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
But again, it's just following that thread through just a little bit more, but it's getting over the fear of doing that as well. And at the end of the day, regardless of numbers and expectations, what I think about most of putting people in my room, it goes back to what you were saying. I don't care if it's one person or if it's 100 people. Think about when you go to events, like you all on this call have those top 3, 5 events that you've been to. I want to feel and make my people feel like I felt at those events. And smaller events, you can gain more out of sometimes than these very large and overproduced events too. So don't ever forget that as well.
Yeah.
And you're not alone.
Yep.
Just remember, you're not alone.
You're not alone. You're not alone. I think that's so important. So I'm going to go ahead and remove spotlights for everybody, and we'll kind of open up the floor for questions. And then we'll get into our next conversation, and which is going to be about the customer experience, because that's super duper important. Does anybody have any questions, thoughts, comments, anything for what we just talked about, how to fill the room? No questions. Okay. All right. Well, then we're going to move into our next conversation. So I'm going to bring back Carly. We're going to add in Samantha. Where'd you go? There you are. And I do need to say, Justina, who was going to be a part of this conversation, had an emergency. And so we're going to send her lots of love and hope that everything is okay with her. Let me find, there's Tracy. Hi, Tracy. And then bring in myself here. Okay. So this is all about designing a customer experience that people actually want to be a part of. Because I don't know about you, but we've all been a part of events where you're like, well, that was a waste of time. I have, at least. And I'm sure that many of us can relate to that. So the goal is we don't want somebody to say that was a waste of time. So let's talk about ways that we can have and produce a really great experience, both for our speakers and for our attendees, so that one, they want to stay, they're engaged, they have fun, they're learning, but also that they get something out of it. So Samantha, I'm gonna let you take this one first, because I know that we have talked many, many times as somebody who has hosted many summits before, and attended summits before, do you want to share a little bit about what your experience has been?
Yeah, so I have found that I'm neurodivergent too, and I host summits for neurodivergent people. When summits are just speaker after speaker after speaker after speaker, and they speak for like 10, 20, 30 minutes, I'm gone. Or when they have like a multi-day event, but it's like you can only access these recorded talks, you can only access them today. And there's like 10 of them. And I'm like, so I don't do anything because I get overwhelmed. And then I just leave because I get completely overwhelmed. Because then if I listen to them, I'm not remembering anything. I'm just listening to them to feel productive and feel like I'm doing something. And so I really like when summits have conversations like we're having right now, where people can come and they can ask questions. And like I like when speakers, speak for a little bit of time so you can get to know them a little bit, but then have like an open conversation with them, because then I feel like you're not inundated with all this information, and it's easier to pick one thing to walk away with. And I like to tell people, well, I actually haven't told people this, but I'm going to from now on. Just focus on taking one thing away.
Mhm.
Don't worry about writing everything down. Like when I do my summits, it's about parenting. And so I'm like, don't worry about changing your whole parenting plan. Just take one thing.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, that's my spiel on that.
Okay. All right. Carly, do you want to kind of chime in too about the experiences?
Mm-hmm. So as Jen Davy was saying earlier, one thing I notice is there isn't, people don't take all learning styles into consideration. So you're either just being talked at, and there's nothing to write, along with, or take notes, except for your own, if you remember to bring pen and paper. And then of course, kinetic writing. So it's writing, visual, and auditory. And some of us need both or all three.
Yeah.
I've also, one thing I did want to mention, especially for those who do in-person events, there's a company that I'm an ambassador for called HD Sunflower. And you can make your event an HD Sunflower event, and you would get these lanyards. And it basically makes the over 600 hidden disabilities that exist, that are known to exist, it makes them visible. So maybe they need to sit in the same seat the whole time and be closer so they can pay attention. There's all sorts of things, but knowing this, you can, having these, you can identify that without being too intrusive. But I agree with Samantha. What are you doing to keep my brain engaged? I already have a lack of dopamine in my head. And what are you doing to keep it going? So I've attended one event, and she does it very well in that, like when there's a break, she puts a clock on the screen, because a lot of us experience time blindness. And when, that way I'm like, okay, I have 2 minutes to run and do this and then come back. Instead of going, how much time has it been?
Yes, time blindness is definitely a thing. You think that something is going to take you an hour and it takes you 4, or yeah, you just kind of, the day escapes you.
Yeah, and then a huge pitch fest will get me out, completely. So,
yeah,
I'm like, I just want the content. I don't want to care about what people think of your product at the moment. I don't know if I'm ready to invest.
Yeah, I totally get that. So Tracy, you have been, Tracy helps people on the behind the scenes of hosting summits. As a VA, what have you seen when it comes to creating experiences that people actually have enjoyed?
Well, I think one of the things that you have to do, and I think everybody's kind of saying it as well, and Elaine, we talked about it as well, is not to follow someone's cookie cutter presentation or summit framework. You can if you want to, but I think it was Kelly earlier said, do what feels right to you, right? If you are marketing your business, you have to go to the places where you feel comfortable marketing. Running a summit is exactly the same thing, hosting it or speaking at it. If it doesn't align with how you are comfortable, like if you like the conversations and this is a presentation with a workbook with, I just need to jump in and say, please don't create workbooks that have spots in them for fill in the blanks while somebody's talking, because if you're looking at them and talking to them, those are the workbooks that I can't stand. I look at them, well, what did I miss? And then I'm thinking about what it was that I missed. And so anyway, that's just kind of an aside, but one of the things I think is really important is to create something that feels comfortable to you, that feels comfortable to your target audience, right? And I'm surprised to hear that the neurodivergent percentage is only 20, to be honest, because in my industry, I think it's considerably higher. So my audience they are looking for all of the information. So you want your speakers to be able to provide that one good thing, to mention that one thing, instead of saying, write down everything that I say, because if you miss something, boy, oh boy, are you ever going to miss it? And you should have bought the recordings, right? Like all of that kind of thing. And I think that when you are looking to create an event, it should be something that your target market is looking for, and in a presentation style that your audience is going to respond to and enjoy, and not bail in the middle of it or not panic because there's so much information. I've been a host, I've been a speaker on many events before as well. And there are events that I've been on where there's so much information. It's all PowerPoints, it's fire hose, it's this. And people get really exhausted. And so I'm therefore required to create a PowerPoint. And I'm one of those people who I just don't put words on them anymore, because they don't need to be there. The guests are asking, can I download the PowerPoint after, because I don't want to miss anything. So I think it's more about creating what the takeaways should be for them, and doing that in a style that is conducive to something that they will actually come away from the event with something,
Yeah. I think that's important. And it really brings in a lot of, the both sides of the coin, where I am not a fan of PowerPoint. But then, like Jen and I have talked, and she's like, I need PowerPoint. So it's kind of like this, you know what I mean? Like I call it kind of death by PowerPoint, where someone is just reading off of their slides versus using it as a tool. And it's like, how can we, if we are going to use them, how can we use them as a tool versus, right? If I ever have to use one, I'm using it because to keep me on track. And I've used a slide deck that nobody else can see, so that I stay on point, because I can ramble, right? And I can go really off topic. So I use it as a way to like have my bullet points that I make sure that I cover. But for some people, like Jen, having that visual actually helps her. So Jen, do you want to kind of talk a little bit about, like, is there a way to have both, right? Where we can create this experience that is not death by PowerPoint, that is engaging, but also helps people that learn in different ways.
Yes, so I am definitely one of those people that we talked about earlier, who who need to read in order to absorb stuff. I can listen, but I don't gather it all. So I need the vision part of it, so I can actually absorb it. One of the things is, you don't have to do death by PowerPoint, but have it as a tool. So if you are going to be talking about different every time that we change a topic, a good example would have been, okay, before as you're presenting our new group, here's what our topic is going to be. Put it up there for maybe 30 seconds to a minute, just so people can read it. And it'll say, and by reading the slide, you can actually set your brain to say, okay, this is what we're talking about now. Let's focus on this. And it will stop your, it'll be like, okay, well, I'm no longer talking about that. I don't have to stop processing previous conversations and move on. And just put it up there just as a topic change. And also for those people that, especially doing virtual, anytime there's a change to the screen, like if you're just constantly having people just the video of people, they're just going to be like, they're not going to really notice when there's a change to the presenters. So if you put up a PowerPoint slide, they're like, oh, wait, what was that? What's going on? So just that little change of scenery for a little bit pulls them back in too. For those people that do need constant visuals, one of the things that came to mind for when Tracy was talking is don't have workbooks or worksheets where people have fill in the blanks. Well, if you're going to do that, if you feel as though it's important enough for your audience to fill in the blanks or to track, to write down a specific thing, make sure that you say, okay, this is really important. I want you to absorb this. And then the best thing you can do is ask your audience people to tell you what they are supposed to be doing. What did I just say? Have them reiterate what you said, because that way you also know, are you actually reaching them, or are they just, I don't know, but I'll just sit here and say, yes, I got it. Because the only way you're going to know if your audience is actually getting it is for them to actually tell you what it is. And it may not be the same words you use, but it could be along the same lines. So that's another way to also improve your engagement. And when people are like, hey, they actually want to hear from us, they include us, and we're not just being spoken at, but it's more of we're spoken with. It's more conversational. People are more likely to engage. And they're more likely to come back and be like, hey, I loved her presentation because blah, blah, blah. And I didn't feel like I was being talked to.
I love that. Yeah.
Can I mention something about the fill in the blank part?
Mm-hmm.
If you are going to do a worksheet that's fill in the blank, be clear.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first blank, or, this goes here.
Yes.
This goes
exactly.
here. Because sometimes people will talk, and then I was like, what was
where
that?
Are we? Yeah.
Where are we? So
and what page?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, it's setting a stage and then continuing to hold space for that stage. So it's like sometimes, and then especially if you're at home on a summit, you don't have anyone next to you to go, oh, it was that. Right?
No cheating.
Yeah.
Or to ask the person, what was that again? You have the chat, but some people may feel really uncomfortable telling people they missed it.
Yeah.
But I think that comes right back to, knowing who your audience is and knowing what you want them to take away from your summit, right? And I think that's one of the things that if you really focus on that, not just like, oh, I'm running an event, oh, I have to have a workbook, or I have to have, or should I have PowerPoints, or should I not? The details are really important in terms of wanting people to have takeaways, the proper takeaways. And one of, my favorite things that I get my speakers to do, or my hosts, pardon me, is to send out summaries after each speaker as well, because that way you can take a look at your notes and, oh, did I pick that up or did I not pick that up? And so it's about actually processing what is going on during your event as well, and making sure, like you say, that people are taking away what you want them to take away, and that they're feeling like they are getting what you want them to get out of the summit.
And
Yeah.
I was actually going to mention about sending out summaries because how many times are you just even in a regular meeting and you miss so much stuff? And then now you're in a summit and there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of people going on, there's so much, there's a chat, there's a video, there's so much. So putting that summary definitely reinforces what the point of your presentation was.
Yeah, absolutely. My thing that my intention, like after this was over, is to obviously I love Descript. Descript has been a really great tool because it allows me to transcribe the video and edit the video at the same time. Oh, do you know how many times I say all of the interviews I've done, I've eliminated every from those interviews because I'm like, nobody wants to hear me say that. See, I just did it again. But I will be like transcribing it and then asking, like putting it into my chat, for example, and saying, hey, can you create a summary from this transcription that I can send out as a resource for people that are like, I want to host better events. Here's a really great checklist, or here's a really great thing that maybe they couldn't attend live. And to sit through a 5-hour replay, I don't have time to do that, but I might have time to skim over some sort of resource that involves like, here's the best practices of something that you could do when you want to host an event. And I think, kind of piggybacking on the engagement thing, which is where I'd love to take this conversation next, is creating engagement before the event, during the event, and after the event. And one thing that I did one year, and I haven't done it since, but it was really fun, was I wound up doing like a scavenger hunt. And I had like 10 things that people could do. And it was not in a Facebook group. It was in my community inside my Go High Level account where I had them all pinned to the top with instructions, and they could like take a screenshot and make a post, and then it would put them up on the leaderboard. And they were like, it was the first time that I'd used that community, that element, because I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. And I was so shocked how people loved it. And they were doing everything. And I'm like, what is happening? It was like this gamification thing that I did not know if anybody was actually going to participate in it, but the ones that did loved it. And so I'm curious if anybody here has had any ideas that we can share with each other around engagement ideas before, during, or after your events. Who would like to share first?
I can share.
Yeah.
I've seen some really cool things. So one thing that was coming to mind when we were talking before was, how do you help people process what they just learned?
Yeah.
And one thing I've seen is they had created some kind of group, Facebook group particularly for this one. And they would say, okay, this is contest number 1. And it would say, what did you learn from today's opening session? And then, or like, how did it impact you? What ahas did you have, etc. And then they would go through them. And I don't know if it was picked by a group or picked randomly, but they picked a winner. And then that winner got, I don't know, $50 to Amazon. That tends to be a big thing. Or like swag that'll be sent to them, or something, or like a free one-on-one session. I don't know. But how do you create spaces? Or maybe you put people into breakout rooms and they can talk about it. So they have the space to process that and then move on to the next section. Because as Jen said earlier, maybe I'm still thinking about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think before the summit, in your community that you have, whether it's on Facebook or Go High Level or whatever, asking specific questions, because if someone's like, you can share whatever you want, I'm not going to share, but if you ask me a specific question, I will answer it. And then definitely gamifying it, especially for those who need that extra dopamine.
Yeah.
That the game makes it more makes you have more dopamine in your brain, and it gives you like kind of a a deadline to do something. And so, at least for me, like when I have a deadline to do something, then I actually do it. But if you're just like, oh, this is here, go do it whenever you want, it's not going to happen. Mostly because I can't remember to do it. But if there's a deadline, then I'm like, oh, yeah, I need to do that before the deadline. And so, just doing like being very specific about what you want people to do and not just saying, oh, you can share if you want to, or ask any questions you want to, or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of the in-person event things like the scavenger hunt you're talking about reminds me of like a networking bingo or something like that you would do in person. And I think that people crave that now. Certainly at the events that I attend, people like to be virtual because things have changed so much in the last 5-6 years. But being able to implement some of those things, and I think I remember telling you, Elaine, talking to you about seeing a fireside chat in person at an event that I attended, and there were 1,000 people at this event, probably more, and I found it so difficult to engage, or how do you find the people? And so when I found these fireside chats, that was more my pace. And there was discussion, there were questions from the audience as though it was a smaller event, and people standing up the microphone and introducing themselves and that kind of thing. And so those are the kinds of things that I think you can bring into online events now, like this, like this conversation, like hot seats, like panels, like all that kind of stuff. It's a different way of consuming a lot of information, or a lot of different opinions, or a lot of different information at once. And I think that's really engaging for people as well. And I think just thinking about what do you like at a regular in-person event, not regular anymore, but what do you like at an in-person event? I think regular is digital, really. And how can you create that as something that you can put into another event? My last event that I ran, and I don't even really know how I came up with it, but I did pre-recorded speakers. So that was easier for a lot of people schedule-wise. It was a 3-day event. And what we did at the end of the day, we took a break after the last session of 1 hour, and then I hosted a happy hour. And everybody could come back on. The speakers from the day could come back on live. So that was their only time that they needed to be there. But that was the engagement time. And so you come at the end of the day, you relax, you ask all those questions that we've been talking about. What did you learn? What did you mean by this? And you've had a little bit of time to digest and come back and actually exert that energy, So that's kind of another thing that I would do again in another event if I were to host one. So
Yeah.
So I want to share that when I was doing my workshops, both in person and then I also did it on virtually, because I was talking about how do you identify where the accessibility barriers are. I could talk and be like all regulations and codes and standards, but nobody's going to gather that. And so I actually created into a have you ever game. And it actually got people to think about the situations of, oh, I've seen that or I've done that. And then sharing, of course, and then it's like, how many of the 10 did you get? And then at my last one, I actually took a game called what was it? What do you mean? The one where you have, it's like apples to apples, but it has pictures instead.
Yeah. That's a fun game, by the way.
Right. And the pictures are very distinct and unique. And I use that to explain how and why you want to do image descriptions and alt text for the images. And everybody was like, wait, you're bringing out a board game? Oh my God, how's this got to do with disability and accessibility? So just trying to think outside the box. And actually, I got the idea because I asked ChatGPT, what kind of games can I use? Can I implement for this topic? And because I know that people really need to have that, I wanted to make it fun and not so talk to you, but a full engagement.
Yeah.
And that was just something, just gotta think outside the box, or think that there is no box, really.
Right. Yeah. I love that. I love that. I would love to, I'm going to remove everybody's spotlights so that we can bring in some questions from the audience, because I think this is a really cool topic, and maybe other people have some things that you've seen in a summit or participated in a summit that you would like to share. Let's learn from each other. Have you participated in an event how did they engage you? What did they do that made it fun, that you enjoyed yourself, or something that somebody did that you absolutely hated, like never do this again?
I actually have something
Yeah.
that I was kind of surprised about. So when we last ran the summit, it was using a platform called Hey Summit, and we were able to get a pretty sweet lifetime deal on that. So that was great. Anyway, so one of the built-in features is a chat with the participants. And I was like, oh, like I didn't really know. I don't know, just like so many things to implement for our first summit, but we actually ran that. We just turned on that feature. And almost every single presenter was online for the pre-recorded session, but it was still scheduled, right? So at 10 a.m., this speaker, they have their time slot for their talk. And during that time slot, that 30-minute time, you were able to go in and ask questions as the presentation was going on. And there was actually quite a bit of people, I don't know, just like so positive, like people just putting in comments, like, oh, this is so interesting, and examples, or like, this is something that I really resonate with. And the speaker was actually there too, interacting with the audience. So I think for the next time, we'll definitely have that feature on. And also an expectation for our speakers that will set earlier in the application process that it's really important for you to show up and engage with the audience.
Yeah, I love that. Jennifer Zuber.
My mute and my camera I needed to get on because I like to talk to people in person. So hello, everybody. My number one thing whenever I sign up for something, it doesn't matter if it's in person or it's at Zoom or even a call, I just want there to be some type of notification that I was expected, right? So when I show up, I went to 2 fundraising events this week, and both times they had name tags for me. They had little envelopes for me. I just really, truly appreciate that it's like I'm seen, even if it's just here you go, you're seen. Or via Zoom. I mean, Elaine, you're incredible at this, at sending out reminders. And today when I get a reminder, I like, okay, I know I'm supposed to be there. I will be seen when I am there. So people, time is money. Time is energy. And for us to get somebody to put their energy or their time or their money towards us is such a huge thing, and don't ever take it for granted. And that's my key takeaway. Anytime I attend or do something, I love the thank you afterwards too. That's exceptional. But just that, like, hello, I was expecting you, is huge to me.
Love that. Thanks for sharing. Katerina.
Okay, one of the things that we do for our Fempire Summit and our Shiro Summit is we send out fun boxes. And the fun, now, of course, when you're sending out fun boxes, you can't really do that for a free summit because, of course, there's a lot of cost associated with not only the stuff that you put in the box, but with the shipping and the putting it all together. I will say it really impacts engagement. We have an extremely high, like 90+% show up rate. Sometimes 80 is low show up rate because we are sending out these fun boxes. And this speaks to what Carly was talking about too. We give them, infographic cards to wave, and we give them capes to wear. I mean, different summits, different things, but crowns and capes and the cards to wave. And it makes it a lot more fun and definitely engages people. Good for the kinesthetic folks. And it is definitely extra, But again, for some, we have different goals for different events, and it's a highly effective thing that you can do. Now, sometimes we send boxes, sometimes we just send an envelope with a little something that is much more affordable to do. So this is something else that you can look at to have really like gets people excited. And of course, that's what creates the high engagement and the high show up rate.
As somebody who has seen that in action from you on multiple occasions, I could say absolutely 100%. Like when you came and spoke for our Polka Dot chapter, you brought a little package for every single person that was there. The room was full, and people were so engaged with you because, and I was like, just keep talking, like we'll modify the agenda because everybody was so engaged with you. And Katerina had these beautifully branded cards, like 5x7 cards, and cute little organzas with little chocolates in them, right? And then she would bring up a point and she'd say, everybody get out your card. And we would all wave it because we have the card. Like you're paying such close attention. And then the other one that I got to witness was her Shiro Summit, where she sent everybody capes and masks and all the things, and each color represented something. And the other thing that I loved that Katerina did, which we talked about in our interview, was that she had a nonprofit there to like raise money for underprivileged women in impoverished countries to start their own business, right? And so like people felt really good, like they got to give a little presentation, and like I loved that so much because it's not something that you see all the time. I had never actually seen before. So I was like, oh, I love that, being able to support an organization at the same time when you have, 100 women on the screen and you raised so much money, and it was so inspiring. And I just want to give you kudos for that because I thought it was so freaking awesome.
Thank you, my friend. And it's really great for when people leave with a good feeling because they've done more than just listen. And we create like we call it big heart donors. And so, if you can make a donation of any size, but people that donate a certain amount, we call them big heart donors. We send them an extra fun pack. We do a couple masterminds for them. I do one, my marketing gal does one. And so we give them extra bonuses. And so, yeah, you didn't show up for a summit. You've changed some gals' lives forever with your small contribution if you choose to do one. So again, creating more excitement and putting another layer on it rather than just come listen to some folks.
Yeah. The other thing I love that you did, that at the summit, they had like at the very beginning, it was, I'm going to share our screen and I'm going to show you the page of where you can find all the things, where you can find the workbook. And she had like a little background that people could put in their Zoom background. And I was like actually took the time at the beginning of the event to show you where you're going to find all the things. And I was like, I love that too. Did I do it? No, but I love it.
Yeah, so the resource page, we have free downloadables on there. And we also put the infographic cards if people want to put it on their wall or the background, we look at all these little extra things. And let me say this too, Elaine, okay? So, the thing is sometimes like, oh my God, how do you do all this? But the thing is you build assets over time. I have like Katerina audio download affirmations. And I mean, I didn't whip it all up today, so one of the things is to look at how you can repurpose what you've created before for some things and add it to your resource page for your summit.
Yes. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? Kelly, what would you like to add?
Gotta come off mute. Take my hand down and come off mute. So ironically, just to build on what Katerina was saying, one of my all-time favorite gifts that I have ever sent out for an event was, it was the height of COVID. It was 2020. And I used to host a strategic business planning retreat and for business owners, and nobody could get out. And we were all in MacGyvering mode of like, we still want to have human connection. How do we do this? And all of those things. So, there is this company called Gift Suite. It's in California, and her name is Sangeeta that owns it. And I saw something on BizBash where they just did an ad, and I'm like, oh, I need gift boxes. So I filled out the thing on the website. I'm not expecting the owner to call me. And she's like, I love that you're throwing this retreat. I'm really like, I want to curate like your whole box for you. What is your budget? And with this particular event, we had a budget. And we really, I think the hardest part about being an entrepreneur is actually taking breaks and actually loving on yourself and celebrating the wins, because you can't be in a creative space unless you do that. So we curated these boxes that had like the Zoom light on it we did chocolates, we did Appointed. Appointed is my favorite notebook. I still use them to this day. I've been taking notes in it today. But my favorite thing is this purple weighted furry wrap that literally you can put in the microwave, or now I put it in the freezer because I get hot now. And literally it came in beautiful boxes. She let us do personal hand notes. I sent them to California. And it was so fun curating that. And my favorite thing out of that box is every single thing that was curated was from a inclusive business. And you got to see the list of who you were impacting, because I don't care how small or how big you are, like in small business, and I'm getting goosebumps right now. Like, it is about getting to the happy dance. Every sale, every deal landed is like a huge win. And I have those cards. So they put those in their boxes as well. And so Gift Suite, they're amazing. I also love Teak and Twine. They're out of Virginia. She is a all-female veteran-owned business that can curate boxes. And then when we didn't have budgets, I am a big believer in stationery and paper goods. I would write people handwritten notes, or I would put on my calendar before an event to personally call people and thank them for wanting to come to the event. And then putting also time on my calendar after my events to do reach out and just thank them for coming and like what were their takeaways, and just having those conversations, because in those conversations in particularly, you can get even more liquid gold of data of how people perceive the event or their takeaways. And you're never going to know that unless you're doing that engagement. So those were some that I wanted to share, but those are all really good ones that everybody shared too. So
will you put the links to those companies in the chat so people can easily access them? Because I think that's super, super duper fun. Awesome.
Okay, you got it.
All right, so now I'm going to bring up to the stage Bobby and Ciara, who we're going to be talking like the speaker side, right? So like if you are a speaker, want to be a speaker, we're gonna talk about all of the good things that come along with that. So let me grab. Okay, hold on a second. There you are, Ciara. Hi, friend.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
How was your trip?
It was really good.
Yeah?
Yeah, really,
You
really
went to
good.
Paris.
Yeah, went to Paris for spring break with my daughter. It was a really great trip. So
Good. I'm so happy that it was good. Okay, so let's talk about being a speaker. And I think, one of the things that can be really difficult is And Sierra and I, we talked a lot about this, was being authentic and showing up as your authentic self. And how do you choose events that are in alignment with you? Do you have any like filters or funnels, or like what are your criteria when you are looking to select an event that you want to speak for?
So was that directed to Sierra?
Either one of you can answer.
Okay, so go ahead.
No, I was going to say go ahead. It broke up a little bit, so I didn't get to hear the full question.
Got it. All right. So what we're talking about is choosing your audiences and events that actually work with you. Part of what I do is I look for the places where there is a problem that I can solve. Like that's the number one thing for me as a speaker. Do I walk in the door with an answer to somebody's problem? Am I helping them through their pain? That really is where people pay attention to you. And, where if you are a mission-based company like mine, you're always looking for the people whose problems you can solve. Now, as a speaker, we talked before about, there are many business models on the event manager side. There are also just as many business models when you are a speaker. Not every speaker gets paid by the organizers. And so you have to make sure when you are a speaker that what you are doing compensates you somehow. And it might not be compensation by, I got a check from the organizer. It could be compensation building your thought leadership status or your expert status. It could be that the audience is filled with people who are your best customers. It could be that the audience is filled with people who are your best partners, or maybe that there's going to be media in the audience. So like these are all reasons that you want to get in front of an audience. Somehow you are being compensated for all of the work that you have done. In Innovation Women, we have a concept we call your happy price. And your happy price is when you are compensated based on the value that you drive for the audience, plus what it costs you as a speaker to give that presentation. It takes into account the years of experience that you have. It takes into account what you had to do to get there, to be prepared, to be good to be on stage. All of that, is a formula, and you throw that all in and you hit the mix it up button on the mixer, and that is your happy price. And it could be that you're not being paid the happy price at that particular moment. It could be that that speaking opportunity is putting you in front of people who could potentially pay your happy price. It's an audition. So like those are some of the things that come into play when I'm thinking about speaking engagements. Where can I solve a problem, and where am I adequately compensated, however that happens, for the time and attention that I have to put into it in terms of being on that stage.
Yeah. How about you, Sierra?
So I would say, for me, I kind of accidentally fell into speaking. About 2 years ago, I started going to events and I got invited to speak at one. And then I thought of an event. So I came up with my own idea for an event, but I didn't want to just rush to put it together. So for the last 2 years, this is right up my alley, this whole summit for summits. I get research. I was more intentional about attending events to get every aspect of like as an attendee, as a vendor, as a speaker, the things I like and what I didn't like. So when I first started speaking, I was asked to speak, and then I'm gonna be truthful. I took a lot of speaking things. It wasn't about alignment. It wasn't about I just took it as an opportunity to speak. And at first, I felt like an imposter. I was trying to be overly prepared. I had the worksheets, I had questions. And then the more I was doing it, I was like, okay, I just got to be myself. That's what was working. Um, and I'm not the best speaker, but I've been in a lot of rooms where I speak because I'm authentic. I think a lot of people feel like they have to be polished, they have to have a lot of followers. Um, but you don't. You just got to start. If you want to be a speaker, I'll say the first time I was invited to be a speaker, it was a $25 gift card to Amazon. It wasn't about the money, it was about the experience. And then I got offered, I mean, it's not really about the price. For me now, it's about alignment and intention because, as someone mentioned, time is money. I value time more than I value anything. And I'm in a place of peace, so it has to be in alignment. And I'm all about mental health, so it has to be probably mental health or being your authentic self. So those are the events I align myself with. But now where I'm at, I just want to create my own spaces. I love being able to speak. I only speak at colleges and university as of like on a larger scale or just on a scale in general. I feel like those are my people who need me the most. People who are going from fake transition into adulthood. But yeah, I'm all about alignment. But I will say if you're trying to speak, be authentic. One of the richest people, I mean, one of the highest paying speakers in the United States, he stumbles and he talks about it. He said people are probably better qualified on the topic, but because he's being authentic, that's why he's chosen. And that's why I'm chosen. I still sometimes feel unqualified to be in rooms, but I know I have something to say. And yeah, I'll say that. I don't want to take up too much time. But yeah, I'm all about being your authentic self.
I'm curious about, when we decide we're going to do an event and then something feels off, right? How do we navigate that? And what do you do? If you've committed to something and then you're like, oh no, red flags all over the place, what would you do in that situation?
As a speaker, I like to honor my commitments for the most part, unless it's a family emergency. I will, but as a vendor and as an attendee, I have left when it's not in alignment. And at first I felt bad and I stuck there and I stayed there the whole entire time because I felt like I needed to honor. But if it's not in alignment anymore, I'm not going to stay. But if I'm speaking and I made that commitment, I do honor unless, like I said, it's an emergency. That's just me.
Yeah. How about you, Bobby?
I make every attempt to be where I've committed to being. Even the event that wanted me to be their free, unpaid marketing person, I still showed up. I still did it. With a lot of things where there are red flags, you often have the opportunity to run before you have actually done a final commitment. So if you're seeing those red flags, I tend to advise people run before you're committed.
Yeah.
Because once you have committed,
Mhm.
you are causing other people pain. And it may not be the event organizer who is the person who you are causing pain for. You may be causing pain for people who committed to that event because they saw you were going to be there, or audiences who were expecting you to be there. So I try wherever possible to see the red flags and respond to those red flags before I'm on some website. Now, that said, I have been put on websites before I've committed to things.
Oh.
Like,
Yeah. One thing I'll say is that from an event host perspective, when there is a speaker who decides to bail at the last minute and all of your marketing is already done and you've already, all of your graphics and all of the things, and then you're like, it does kind of give you some feelings, right? And you're like, I won't ask you to come back, right? And I think it's important as speakers that I love what you're both saying. You got to honor your commitments. Emergencies happen, absolutely, but also when you think about all of the time and energy that it takes to put on an event, it's a lot of work. And so when you make the commitment, it's important because you don't realize how much it screws up everything else. And now you're having to go back and pay your assistant or do it yourself and fix everything so that you are putting out an honest event that you're not, somebody said they were going to be there and they're not there. And now what do you do about that? I would like to
Ooh.
talk. Yeah.
Actually, I want to jump in on one other thing.
Yeah.
As you could probably all hear, like my voice is not its usual buttery self. And I picked up a lovely parting gift from a presentation that I did at a local university about a month ago. And I'm not gonna lie, I ended up having to, cut myself off from one podcast recording that I was scheduled for. I immediately reached out to the organizer of that podcast recording and I'm like, listen, I'm literally unable to talk right now. And she's like, no problem. I can reschedule easily. Okay, fine. I also reached out to another one who is like, oh my God, I am all ready to go. And I'm like, I will struggle through. So, as a speaker, when you are not 100%, you always want to like show up being awesome. But there are times where you have to partner with the organizer and say, I'm not 100% right now, but I'm leaving it up to you. Are you interested in me at 60%? Or do you want me to like skedaddle and you get in somebody who could be 100%? And that's like one of the hardest situations as a speaker. Like if you're sick and you get sick, people get sick. Do you, show must go on, or do you say, I'm not 100% and run? I can't tell you that. Only you and the organizer you're working with can say.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious if either of you have ever, I would love to help identify red flags. Like as a speaker, you're looking for events, or, anything like that, where things just, I think it's important for people that host events to hear from speakers' perspectives of when you do this, that sends a red flag to me. And I'm curious, and I'm totally open, by the way, to having other audience members contribute to this conversation because I think it's so important that we hear from both perspectives. Have either of you ever encountered a red flag that you're like, absolutely not?
I feel like my only real red flag, because I already know what type of events I'm doing, and they're mostly mental health or, some type of healing event. So you don't know. Sometimes you don't know until the day of. But as far as pre-event, I think my only red flag, and this is just me, I don't want to pay to speak. I'm not paying. I feel like you have to have your preferences and what you decide, like what type of speaker you want to be, and just have your boundaries. It's like everything in life, and also be honest with yourself about what it is that you're willing to do and what you're not willing to do. My only red flag is I'm not paying to speak. That's my only thing.
Okay. How about you, Bobby?
Yeah, I mean, I treat requests for payment the way I would treat any marketing opportunity. Is this a good use of my marketing dollars? If it is not, then it is not a good thing for me to be paying for. Red flag for me is the receiving of the invoice to speak when there was zero discussion about it being pay to play.
Yeah.
And I once got a $1,500 invoice and went, what is this? And I think it was directed to the AP at, my company name. So in other words, I have to wonder if they think that's, somebody besides me is getting those emails and is just going to pay it without asking Bobby. So I was like, and we're done here. Moving on. And we're done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Moving on.
Does anybody else in the audience have anything that, Tracy?
For me, a red flag is on a much different scale, not about money or anything like that. It's about communication from the host. I've been invited to speak on the same summit 2 years in a row, and they literally don't communicate anything. And I'm like their lead speaker at the end of the day. So it's not like it doesn't matter to me where I slot in. It's totally fine. But it's really, really stressful for me if I can't get the answers to what do you need from me? When do you need it? Love, love, love everything that you've done, Elaine, because it's so clear. You know what you need to do, you know where to find it, and you know everything. And that to me, maybe because that's what my industry does, is the organization and the managing the keeping all the balls in the air for the summits, is it's just such an easy thing to do that it really stands out to me when those balls get dropped, because I just think keep everybody in the loop, even if it means you have to change the dates of the summit because you haven't gotten everything done, or you haven't gotten enough speakers, or you misjudged your marketing time, or whatever it is. All of the things that you need to do just need to be communicated. And to me, that's a big red flag, is if you can't keep everybody on top of what their responsibilities are, but also that somebody said it earlier, like you want me to do this, welcome me to do this, and treat me like you're happy that I'm going to be here. Just do the communication. So
Yep. Communication is so important.
I recently had a speaking engagement that was going to be on a Thursday, and I didn't know the time of day or the location or the format or the other speakers on Tuesday. And they had booked me 4 months in advance, and like zero communication. And I kept sending messages like, hey, haven't gotten anything. And in the end, like, they were like, oh yeah, here you go. Here's all the information. And I looked at it. There are posters. I'm on stage with a senator. I'm like, how the hell have you not been able to get me this information? Like, I was ready to like chuck the whole thing. And then all of a sudden, literally 2 days before the event, I'm on stage. The host is a local news anchor who's very well known in the Boston area. And the other person on the panel is one of our state senators. Like, how the hell did you people pull this off at the last minute, and you couldn't get me an email that tells me where it is and what time?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Communication is so important to me. And I think that's, Miragela, I see your hand, honey.
Yeah.
Did you have something? Yeah.
One red flag for me in a summit is they're expecting us speakers to bring in conversions.
Yeah.
There are a few summits where they say you can speak only if you can bring 25 people. I mean, paid subscribers. I mean, we are giving our time, we are sharing our expertise. If you don't have speakers for a summit, will your summit work? You need speakers around. So we are contributing. It's a two-way transaction. You give us the visibility, we give the experience. So you can't expect us to actually bring in the people. I mean, if they do, we can't. Then no one can predict 25, 15, 100. We can't predict anything. We just try. We never know who's ready at which moment they're ready. So setting that expectation is a big red flag for me.
Yeah. As the event host, I consider it my responsibility to market my event and get butts in seats.
That's why I liked it. Exactly.
Yeah. It's my event. You know what I mean? Like I don't know why, but that just bugs the bejesus out of me too. And I have read over events before, and I'm like, nope, just not in alignment. Right. And it's okay, and there are other people that they're totally cool with that. More power to them, right? More power to them. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to unspotlight and would love to invite anybody else who has any if you've been a speaker at an event before, or I think another thing I'm seeing lately online is the promise that, oh, you could make, 6 figures being a speaker. Really? Like, what? You know what I mean? I think when you see promises like that, you have to kind of ask yourself, has this speaker done that? Or are they blowing smoke up your butt, you know? And I think it's important that we realize to be paid for a speaking gig versus paying to speak at a gig or showing up in a capacity where it's a collaboration like this is. I didn't pay any speakers to be here. This is a collaboration effort. We're, talking and we're networking and we're getting to meet new people. Like, cool. When money is exchanged in any capacity, the dynamic changes a little. And it's really important that we know the expectations. If I'm going to be a speaker and I'm expecting to pay to be at this event, what are the expectations? If you're going to pay me to be here, what are your expectations? If this is a collaboration effort, what are the expectations? And I think it's just a matter of, if I haven't said it before, I'll say it again for those in the back. Just be transparent. Just be upfront and honest and tell people so that there is no miscommunication, no icky feelings of you didn't tell me that. Like Bobby getting an invoice for what the hell? Like where was this information? It's just about being transparent because what will happen is, guess what? People talk, y'all. And, it could impact your reputation as a summit host, as a speaker, right? And I think it's just important that just have that clear communication. Absolutely. Katarina, I know you are a speaker host, my friend, and you are always, not a speaker host, speaker coach. Do you have is there anything that you tell your clients that is like a do or a don't or a best practice of how to be a good speaker and all of those things?
Many practices. And so I'm all about using speaking to get clients. I'm not trying to make anybody a motivational speaker. And I appreciate what Ciara said, and let's not try to be like Tony Robbins or whoever, or Mel Robbins or whatever your idea of an amazing presenter is, because they're a different, they're being them. And for us to be really authentic is essential.
Mm-hmm.
And not try to be, I'm not the entertainment. I'm going to have fun and I'm going to have fun in my talk, but I'm not going to be the entertainment. And I think a lot of people, they say, oh my gosh, I'm not funny. And so they get stressed out about speaking, or, oh, I haven't done all these amazing life things. I don't have any phenomenal stories. And so they don't move forward with speaking. I think speaking is the best way to showcase who we are and the massive value we bring. And that is enough.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that everybody gets that. And the other thing is start, we start where we are. I tell my gals, pick a date, pick a time, free is great, and go. And the more they do it, the better they'll get. And again, it is about the relationships. It's not just about getting clients. Now, of course, we like that, but also people become after time. I've got gals show up to a workshop 5 times before they even want to talk to me. And that's okay, because not everybody is at the same pace. And again, like all the summits, only be in a summit when you vibe with the summit host. It's not, people say, oh, you've got to do this, you got to do that. They get so many people, blah, blah, blah. If I don't vibe with them, if they don't have the same values as me, then I don't want to be there, because it feels ick.
Yeah.
And it feels ick, I'm not uplifted. And going to summits and participating in summits, part of the huge excitement and value, even part of today, Elaine, is meeting more great speakers and more great gals, and again, not having expectations that, oh, okay, I'm speaking here, I got to get this, I got to get that. Show up with an open heart, and then pay attention. If you didn't love it, make a note, track it that you didn't love it so you don't go back also.
Yeah.
And I do have one super tip also to share. If you had a great time, like I always have with you, Elaine, it's like, let the host know, hey, I loved it. It was so fun. Thank you. I would love to come back. And to always ask for the Insta rebook when it goes great. So then you have all these great places and you don't even have to worry about new places with new people that you might not vibe with. The vibe is a big part of not only whether or not you're going to resonate with the audience, but also that you feel energized. I feel more energized now than I did when we started today. And that's good. That means that's a place I want to come back to. That's
Yeah.
important. I have so much more to say, my friend, but
I know. Bobby?
All right. So the world of paid speaking is like a whole thing. It's probably the most common conversation we get into at Speaker Friend Fridays. Like, people expect to turn on paid speaking and have it instantly happen. Reality is that you're building a whole new business. And do you have the right tools to get paid? Do you have a professional looking sizzle reel, a speaker website? Do you have a speaker one sheet? Do you have a foundation of expertise? And Elaine, you actually just said, like these people who are getting out there and saying, you can make $1 million as a speaker. Like, well, then what are you doing, like, selling this to me for $79?
Right.
Like, why aren't you on your little desert island with your feet up and a pina colada? Come on. Like, you expect me to believe this? We also have to look at topics. Is a topic a budgeted topic? If you're expecting to go into corporations and get them to pay you, is this a topic they already have budget for? Or is it something that somebody is going to have to scramble around and figure out who's going to buy that? Because businesses don't buy things unless they're going to make money or save money. So if your topic is not something that helps them do that, and you also don't have evidence of that, where are the case studies? Where are the ROI and showing people that? Yeah, Kate Donovan is the NSA president of the chapter in New York City. And then NSA is the National Speakers Association, not the other guys. And she and I have had this conversation a lot, and we both agree that for somebody to move from I hop on stage and I do pretty well to I'm a speaker and I make a living as a speaker is generally about a 3 to 5 year journey. And it has to be very intentional. It has to be one where you are setting up a business. How do you get leads? How do you sell and pitch yourself? Do you understand the whole world of speaking? Because without a process for selling and pitching yourself and selling and showing people that yes, you make money or save money by me being on your stage, it's not going to be one that gets you paid. And you also need to think about where else, there are other people out there in the world doing something that is similar to you. Nobody is the same as you, but there's a lot of work that goes into differentiating yourself. So I always tell people, use the unlike others test. If you are introducing yourself and somebody goes, oh, I've seen 1 million speakers on that topic. Can you say, unlike others, I do this, 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 and this? So think about the unlike others test.
Love that. Kelly.
Sorry, all the buttons. You think I would have mastered it by now? So I have a bunch of different feelings about this. I get the total ick when I see that on social media, and I find that when speakers want to become speakers, they do. I want to make 100K, I want to make 250K, I want to do all the things. And I personally have never paid to speak. But one of the things that I learned in having my first business was speaking can be an amazing marketing tool. And like to what Katarina was talking about, I wholeheartedly believe in going and speaking on stages of where my people are at to go find clients. Now it puts them into my funnel, and sometimes I'll land a speaking gig. Have I had $25,000, $50,000 days at an event? Yes. But I'm not getting paid for that. I have people that reach out to me and go, Kelly, I don't have a speaking budget. And I'm like, that's okay. You're going to fill a room with 100 of my people that I get to love on, talk to about what their why is. And again, I get to make you look good. And if I get some clients out of it, that's absolutely amazing. So both missions are being driven, but I also have to be realistic in what my offer is. I have to have an offer to be able to seed to an audience. So I look at it from that standpoint. Have I been paid to go and speak? Sure, but that's not my end game. My end game is to get to the masses of who my client is that I can help and be able to deliver my impact to. If they pay for my flight and my hotel room, if I have to fly, I am looking to be accommodated in that way. But I also like what Bobby was talking about earlier in the day, where you have to feel good about what you're saying yes to from a monetary and speaking standpoint. Where I know that I'm setting those expectations for myself and I'm saying yes to certain things. And literally, I looked at speaking where I was one of those people that was like, oh, I want to go make 6 figures on speaking. I want to go do those things. I want to be paid all this money to speak. And then when my business coach was like, you actually need to look at it from as a marketing tool, and I can show you how to have those 5-figure days. It was like a flick of a switch. I was like, oh, okay. And not all of my speaking engagements that I'm a part of or I do are with that purpose, but it's where I strategize in order to go after those things as well. And the clients are the extra bonus. It's very much about showing up and being my most authentic self and being able to build those relationships first and foremost.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, really, really good question. And it does, when you see those, it's just like, I can't.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Awesome. Well, you guys, I think we've had.
Can I mention something?
Yes, ma'am.
So, take care of your speakers if you are flying them out to be part of your event. I actually was flown out to Alabama to speak at an event, and she had someone pick me up and take me to the place where I was staying. But after the event, she had no plan to get me back to the airport.
Oh.
So make sure your speakers are taken care of from beginning to end.
I 100%. Yes, yes, yes. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who has been here. I intend, if you are like, good, I'm good, I don't need to, continue conversation. I just want to put it out there that I will stay on and answer any questions you have regarding summits, whether it's like setting up the back end or timelines or when you should do this or whatever. I just want to make that offer to anybody here that wants to ask more questions. And if you need to go, I totally understand. But I have really enjoyed having this conversation today because I think it was so necessary and like bringing our minds together to say there are great ways and things that we can all do to improve hosting events or being a speaker at an event, ways that we can always make things better for everybody. So I'm also, if you want to ask questions, this is a great time to do that. I don't ain't got anywhere to be, so y'all can stay on as long as you want to and ask any questions that you have. So thank you again to all of our speakers. I hope that you got some value out of it today, even if you were just, showing up to speak, that maybe also took something home with you that you want to implement for yourself. Awkward silence.
Elaine. Okay, I'll talk. Elaine, it's Jennifer. You are awesome sauce as always. I always appreciate if I can jump on and listen, especially just the other speakers and you're always so organized, and I just so appreciate that. And so do you have any speaking engagements, summits, or anything coming up that's not like on speaking engagements? Like, do you have other topics coming up that you're working on?
I currently do not. I have hosted other events, other summits before, and I still have like all the recordings and everything where I talked about elevating your online presence. I did one around magnetic marketing. I've done one around being a coach and elevate your coaching business. And yeah, like I have done so many different styles of summits. And then I started seeing the need for people to, how can I host a summit too? Because, I love templates and giving people tools to help them host better events. That's kind of like where this all started going, was like, ooh, I've been doing this and I'm doing it really well. And I could turn around and give somebody the exact system that I'm using.
I think you have a special gift that not all of us possess, keeping things on time and organized and allowing people to ramble, but stop them at the same time. And I'm really good with that, like in a boardroom, but I have some things coming up via Zoom and I'm like terribly nervous about. So maybe I'll watch this again and try to get some key points and stuff like that. It's not a summit or anything. It's just me and a PowerPoint and a Zoom. I call it Zumba because it sounds so much more fun than Zoom. So it rolls off the tongue and everybody's like, "Oh, you're doing Zumba?" Yeah, no, I don't move like that anymore. I'm over 50. So but this has been great. I really appreciate it. And I will a couple of the people I did actually Google and started following today. So other than that, I'll just re-listen, and I appreciate you for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad that you could come.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Yay.
Bye.
Bye, honey.
You did such a nice job, Elaine. Like seriously, like A+.
Thanks. That's so sweet. I do want to tell you, Bobby, that I had one of my Diamond sisters reached out and she was very excited that you were a part of my event because she knows you from Innovation Women. And I had never heard of it before. And so she was just, oh, Bobby is top notch.
You've never heard about Innovation Women?
No.
Katarina's a member.
I had never heard of it.
What?
I know.
I've failed in life.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Man.
Yeah, but Sandy Calling was very excited. She was like that you were top class. I know. She was very excited.
I second that. Bobby is top class. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Back at you. Mwah, mwah. I mean, it's like I still get like the big thrill when people are like, "Oh my God, I love Innovation Women." I'm like, yes, it's my favorite thing ever.
Mhm.
You know, and I do own 5 companies, so to say that, don't tell the other kids I like them better. Right? You got to be worried about that. But actually, anybody who's looking for speakers, we've got about 3,000 speakers on and experts on Innovation Women. And, they're all putting themselves out there because they're looking for speaking engagements.
Mhm.
And one of the things that we do is speakers can come and look for opportunities. So you can put up your calls for speakers, or you can directly invite people. And they also have a on their page, they will tell you that they speak for visibility, or everything's negotiable, or they get paid sometimes and not others. So
Mhm.
that information is available to anybody who's pulling together summits who are looking for speakers.
Mhm.
One thing is, we don't allow any events to charge speakers. That feels like a marketplace in the wrong direction for us.
Okay.
So that's part of our terms of service.
Good. I love to hear that.
Yeah. So, and
All
we have a
about being
whole online
transparent, right?
community.
Yeah.
Yep. And we use Circle just like Entreprenista does, Elaine.
Okay.
So you
Okay.
can actually toggle back and forth
Mhm.
between them if you're already using Circle for something else.
Yeah. That's awesome.
And Speaker Friend Fridays is open to anybody. So you don't even have to be a member to join in. Like, that's the best thing I do all week.
Yeah.
And when who was it who was saying, like, Katerina, was it you that was like, you should do things where you engage people and like just have like feeder events?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, that's Speaker Friends for us.
Mhm.
But it's also more than that. It's part of like the mission.
Mhm.
So, somebody was earlier mentioning that they had a lifetime membership to Hey Summit.
Roxy.
Roxy. Oh, I'm so jealous of Roxy. But I'm curious, Elaine, like, what do you use for platform? Is it always Zoom?
So yeah, I use Zoom just because it's the most comfortable for me, right? And I use it every day for everything else. And so it just, especially because of, I run Diamond membership within Polka Dot Powerhouse, and so everything is on Zoom. And so it just is more of a comfortable platform for me. And I have not had, I did one time, let me tell you what happened. I had a summit where I was using StreamYard.
Oh,
So
enough
StreamYard,
said.
I had this was a 2-day event that I was doing, and it kicked me out every 2 minutes. And so I wound up having to put my phone on a timer so that I knew that I was going to be getting kicked out and I would have to rejoin. And then so that I could make sure someone else was talking while I was in the process of coming back into the room.
Oh my God.
They were very kind and refunded me for the money that I paid to upgrade to have this this event, because it was like hey, I just want to, but yeah, no, I don't know what happened and why it happened, but yeah, that was a really rough day, and it happened only after like 12 o'clock. So I was good.
What?
I was good up until then, and then everything went to shit after. And they had no idea why. Like, it was literally like a fluke thing, but I was the only one getting kicked out every 2 minutes
Oh my
on a timer.
God.
On a timer. It kept happening. And so I was like, oh no, like okay, we're just gonna, nobody died, but I definitely, it put a lot of additional stress because you're like, oh no, is this gonna happen tomorrow too? Yeah. So, Katerina.
So, Elaine, I think you do a great job of managing all the things by yourself or with your, I will say, for people that have not done a ton of Zoom events or online events, it's really good to have a helper to
Yep.
monitor the chat, to let the peeps in, to add the links.
Mm-hmm.
And, I do, when I'm doing my teaching my classes, to my clients, I do it by myself. But if even when I do my free workshop, of course, when we do our summits, we absolutely have a team.
Yeah.
At least one other person. And that also speaks to what Bobby said. I have a couple clients who have had photo bombing experiences. I'm sorry, Zoom bombing experiences. And, when you have another helper, that's also something you let them know, hey, don't let anybody in. We don't know who they are. And if you are going to maybe let someone in, then be right on it to kick them out Insta if they're not the right.
That happened one time. I think they came from Eventbrite, and they came in, no photo or anything, and then they changed their name to my name. And so then I kicked them out, and because I'm literally like, what the fuck is happening right now? And then they changed their name to I'm gonna kill you. And I was like, well, this is really awkward. And so, and then they kept changing their name to celebrity names as well, so that I would let them back into the Zoom room. And so, there is the report to Zoom feature, right? But if you click on, when you remove somebody, there's the option to report to Zoom, but you also have to follow up and actually fill out a report, of, you know what I mean? And so I did that. But it was like very unnerving. And it was just like, and it was like just a workshop, but I had promoted it on Eventbrite because Katarina told me to. And but it was just super awkward. And you're like, because it takes you by surprise and you don't know what is going on. And during COVID, like holy mother of pearl, like there was all kinds of Zoom bombers happening and really crazy experiences. But in the past, I have had like Fran, who was my assistant that lives in the UK, like she would come and help me, do stuff and make sure that she was putting all the speaker info was in the chat and all that other kind of stuff. And it was super helpful, but I don't know why. I don't know. I just like, I got all my shit organized. I have everything where I need it to be. And I just like, boop, drop, 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 but it's like I prep so that I don't have to you know what I mean? Like, because she also lives in the UK, and I know Mirangela lives in India, and good Lord, I don't even know what time it is there for you, girl. But like by the end of the like where there's a 5-hour time difference for Fran. And so like she's like, oh my God, so I'm like, I don't want to inconvenience her, but now she has a full-time job, and so I use her less and less. But she was always very helpful. And I even had like some of my speakers, I had like a little tip jar, and people would send money to Fran for her work that she did to help me on my events and stuff. And so I thought that was so sweet. I was like, hey, if anybody wants to leave a tip, you can do that here. And people did. The speakers all were like, hell yeah, they all pitched in extra money to send to her. And I thought that was so sweet of them.
I love the tip jar. I've never like even done or thought about that. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, because I was like, Fran, like everybody knew she was my helper. Like she wasn't a secret squirrel, infiltrating. She was like on it. She did such a good job. So, Christy, what's your question, honey?
Okay, I'm just going to be off camera because
That's
I have
okay.
to be, but I've been listening to everything. But I have a question. So in my Sparkle Summit, I am going to do music when people kind of come on, a little introducing them thing. And just wondering, have you used that before, using music? And I've used music and done it before on workshops and different things. I'm just wondering, having never done it in an actual summit, just wondering for those that have done it, or what has been your experience of it, or just anything around that?
So I have used music before, and now Zoom has updated so much that I haven't used music since their new features came out. So what I would do is I would do a practice with somebody and making sure you feel comfortable with how to get it working, because there are little things that you have to turn on. And I think you can connect it to Spotify now, I think, but there's like ways that you can bring music into, and even like YouTube videos and things like that. But there are like little things that you have to turn on in order to make sure it's working properly. So I would do a practice run to make sure that you feel comfortable with doing that. And so I've seen people play music like as people are coming in during the breaks, and like as a way to like, hey, everybody get out of your seats and we're gonna have a little dance party. Katarina talked about in our interview, she has people do Zoom karaoke where everybody's on mute, but everybody's singing along. And I'm like, that's the best kind of karaoke because then nobody can hear how awful I sound when I sing. But I love to sing along, but I just don't want no one to hear me. So I think there are really fun, creative ways that you can use music as well. And I say go for it, but just do like a little practice run so you feel more confident that day.
Okay, yeah, and then I was planning on doing that, and I've used it fairly recently, like in the past month or so. So I don't know if the updates happened since that time. Do you know when you're saying it's updates? Is that a more?
I mean, I swear that Zoom is always changing. There's always some update, and I just like to make sure that if I'm going to use a feature, that I'm going to test it before I go live. Otherwise, I'm going to it will bother me if I didn't get it right. And so that's just me. I like to just, hey, let's test out this feature before I broadcast it to 50 people,
Really good plan. I tend to be more of the go with the flow and see what happens, but that doesn't always go quite so well. So I appreciate the tip because I like to bring kind of the energy and the fun and the dance party along with the summit because I am a little bit on that neurodiverse thing. I've got 4 neurodiverse kids, so I tend to make things a little bit more fun for me because if it's not fun, I don't want to do it. So, but I just wonder if anyone had experience doing it and it was like, this is what I did and this worked great, or just kind of curious on that. But it makes sense just to go ahead and try it out, make sure all the features are. And I was going to ask to have my son do it for me and kind of, because I wanted to introduce the speakers. I'm having them pick their own little song to kind of come on to because I just like that cool vibe of people's energy matching their music. And so, I'll let you know how it goes, but I wonder if anyone had experience doing it themselves.
Katarina has some experience with it.
So one thing I want to say is that you want to, like when we have, gals, the music before an event while everyone's coming in, like that, we're not recording that because if you're using popular music, YouTube will not allow you to put it on there. And so it's really important to know the restrictions on music.
I hadn't thought about that. That's a good point, Katarina.
So anyway, we try to not use any music if we're going to be recording from, like Pink or Beyonce or something like that. There's also a site which I have used many times over the years called Music Bakery. But that's not going to be famous songs. It's recorded music that you can buy. Like I have what I call my exercise music. If I give gals, hey, take 2 minutes, we're going to do an exercise. That exercise music I've paid for and it's royalty free. So then I can leave it in the recording. So this is also something to keep in mind. They have like dance music and stuff that you can buy that you can then leave on your recording and you're not going to have any restrictions.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's actually really good to think about. I hadn't even thought about that, and that's probably if I upload it to YouTube, I'll get more of that than if say I don't upload it to YouTube, right? Because YouTube, I know when I have done that, it is checked for music.
Yeah. And you can also, like, if you just record the whole thing, you can also cut that part out.
Right.
Oh, okay. That's a good point too. I like that. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you. Good thing to think about. I hadn't even thought about it. My brain's like, I'm kind of a little bit naive with some of the stuff. That's part of winging it. You also don't know quite what you're doing.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. And I think, there's so many elements that go into hosting a summit that I will tell you the first one is going to be a huge learning lesson for you. Take lots of notes and Again, I'm a huge fan of getting feedback from both my speakers and the participants because I want to know like what could we do better for next time. And that's kind of how every time I host a summit, I'm implementing feedback that I received from either speakers or from whatever. Like this time with my speakers, I did a whole run of show. And I had this huge Google Doc that had like, here's when you're going to be on at what time, and these are questions that I might ask you. Feel free to tell me if you want me to ask you certain questions to make sure that your expertise is shining, because my goal is to shine the light on this and spotlight on the speakers. And so I even had suggestions from Samantha talking about like, hey, put a video in your communications so that people that might want to listen instead of read. And so I'm like, okay, fine. So I did that too. And I was like, my makeup's not really looking that great today, but I did it anyways because nobody cares. And so making a little video, and I put it into script, and so they could click on it and watch the transcription too if they wanted to, showing the speakers like, here's how to go in and add comments to that Google Doc if you want to. And here's a little video that I did specifically for the attendees. So I'm hoping that you saw it. Maybe you watched it, maybe you didn't. I don't know, but like I put it all in there because I wanted to make it easy for people. And the email reminders, literally it's the same email with the same information. The only thing that changed was, hey, we're in an hour, or hey, we have 2 days to go. Like, but all the information was still the same because I didn't want to assume that everybody read it, because I'm just gonna be blunt with this. People don't read shit. And so I just like to make sure that I provide it multiple times in multiple ways so that they're receiving the information that they need in order to participate in the event, either as a speaker or as an attendee, and that they feel like they know exactly what they're getting into.
I wanted to say that I loved all the preparation, all the detail, because for me, it's all about what to expect. And having the run of show, the who's doing what's the topic, what's the main point of the conversation, like what are we trying to address or point out, was the best I've ever had. Now I'm not really I haven't been a speaker much, but I've done it at when I was in corporate, we did events, and I would always show up and I'm like, wait, what am I talking about? What am I doing? And so this was just like really great. And I was able to come in without a huge ball of anxiety hanging over me. So I just want to say, that was great. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
And I'm gonna leave now. I just want to say that this is my
Yeah.
third summit with Elaine. It's late. It's 12:30 now actually in India. But this is the only summit I usually stay till the end. Any other summit I drop off. I don't have the patience to listen to, like I said, the PPTs going on and on. I don't like it, and I don't watch the recording either. So yeah, there's a lot of value I gained, a lot of things I learned today. There's every day is a learning process, and I really enjoyed the summit. It's really, you have handled it perfectly, like you always do, Elaine. And it was nice meeting every one of you. I've learned a lot of things from every one of you. And have a great day. See you all in another
Thank
time
you,
sometime.
Marangela. We appreciate you, friend.
Thank you.
Go get
Bye.
some rest.
Yes, yes.
12:30 at night.
Yeah. Bye.
So Elaine, I do have another thing I want to ask you about. Have you ever done because I'm doing door prizes and doing, have you done those at your summits and little things to to get engagement to stay at the end? Hey, we're going to have our thing at the end so people don't leave early so that there's a little more incentives, or what do you do for incentives to keep people till the end?
So one of the things that I've done is I've done prizes, like the speakers have donated prizes. One year, my summit, I had like $62,000 worth of prizes donated. It was insane. But here's what I did was, rather than putting everybody into a drawing, first of all, only VIPs got to go in the drawing. So there was that. but I gave people, when I would send, like, after the summit, I would send like, hey, give me your feedback, but also select your prizes. And they got to choose which prizes they were actually interested in receiving, so that I wasn't giving prizes away to somebody's like, I don't want that. You know what I mean? I didn't want it to go to waste. And so I'd have somebody say, like, I'm going to give away 100 of my ebook or whatever. And so then everybody who marked that they wanted the ebook, because there was 100, everybody got it. And so then I could use my CRM to say, okay, there's 8 people that want this prize. Copy, paste it, put it into the wheel of names. And then I would do like screenshots, and I did like a whole thing where I was like, hey, so it kind of gave like additional excitement because people were winning a prize that they actually wanted. And so that was really cool, but I didn't do it live because no, like absolutely not. So you can do like Shannon with Polkadot, right? She puts names into a drawing, and she does a drawing at the very end, and she gives away a free membership on our positivity calls or whatever. And so you could do things like that. But I would say keep it easy, keep it simple.
Yeah.
And like, because Virtual A Day of Dots is on Saturday, like I know it happens at the end of that event because right. So like there's incentive for people to stay, and they're telling them in the reminder emails, stay till the end because there's a big thing happening. So it's like, if you let people know in advance that this thing is going to happen, then I would do it live. Otherwise, if it's just available to everyone, then you can do it off camera and be a little more organized with it.
Yeah, and I love what you said, because one thing I haven't done is I need to go into my flow desk, into my email sequencing, and on that email say, hey, make sure you stay to the end of the event. Because I haven't done that, right? So that's a good thing to put in the copy, and then to also say it on the live,
Yeah.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Kelly. That damn mute button.
Sorry, I don't know. Valerie, I love your glasses. Like, they are epic. So I wanted to tell you that. I've been wanting to tell you that for a couple of hours. Some of my favorite incentives that I've used that have worked really well. We did a talk for NABO, and literally we were talking about speaking, and our giveaway at the NABO event was a speaking kit go bag. And it had like cough drops and tissues and Tide pens and a USB drive, and like all stuff that we talk about, that I used to talk about with my clients who wanted to speak. And like we had women that literally were so excited, they were like rabid dogs trying to get to this piece. And it was relatable. We knew we had a lot of people that they're like, oh, I need to make a speaking go bag, or they forget the shirt and they forget the Tide pen, and it's like, I need to make this bag a thing. And it was beautiful. I created my own just for myself, but that one was a really good one. And then when I did a talk a couple of years ago for wedding professionals, I got a table because I wasn't being paid to speak, but they were all my people sitting in that room. And I went to Total Wine and got really little cute champagne bottles, and I had a tag maker, and like what I can do with some paper and some twine and all of those things. I can't sew a button on my pants to save my life, but I can do those things for myself. But I put cheers to you in 2024, and it had a QR code on it. And then when they would come up to the booth and we were engaging in all this kinds of conversation. They like if they booked just to have a conversation with me, they got the cute little bubbly. And it's like the champagne effect. Like they see them, they all want them, and it was a really great way for me to engage. And then I did a magnum of wine for my VIP people, and that was a drawing at that event. But Elaine, I really love that you let people choose. Like something so simple, right? Because when we're in drawings and it's like, damn, I wanted that one. I didn't want this one, like in our heads, right? Because we're not trying to be rude. But I love that you do that too. So those are some of my favorites that I've done in the past.
Very cool. Carly.
I saw a way where she like left her simple but juicy content till the very end. Like 3 simple ways to manifest money. Who doesn't want to hear about that? Right? And then of course she did the contest throughout, but then had a major grand prize for the end. For everyone who stayed, you had to stay till the end to be eligible. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. Very cool.
Thank you. Those are all great. Those are all great ideas. Like I said, I'm the kind that just likes to just try things out. And I had one other thought. Have you ever done this, Elaine, when you're introducing? Because I've done like in my email thing that people I have 3 emails that come out and it has information about the speakers and their bios and everything. But then I thought it'd be kind of cool if you did like a video in those of the speakers. Have you ever done that? Like where you've interviewed your speakers and then when you're sending things out so people get a little bit of have you done that before and how does that
Yeah.
work?
So I had a thing in one of my emails where I had a list of all of the speakers, and then I put a link to all of the little promo videos that we did where I interviewed each of the speakers, and I put like a clip out of like a juicy part of it to kind of like put it on social media, but then I put it on my YouTube and I put it in a playlist, and I linked that playlist because I wanted people to kind of get an idea of like, these are the juicy topics that we're going to be talking about at this event. And they were like maybe maximum 2 minutes long. So like short and sweet, not something that's super long. And then the people that got the VIP get to watch the entire interviews that I did with all of the speakers in the vault area. So they get to like, oh my goodness, the amount of nuggets and best practices and tips and takeaways that each of these speakers provided were so amazing that it was really hard, by the way, bless you, Bobby, to narrow it down to a 2-minute clip. Because I'm like, how do I choose? There's so many amazing goodness that was shared. But yeah, so like having those little clips, I just wanted to give people like a taste of what they could expect. And I sent those out to my email list that had not registered. I sent them out to people that had registered. And I just wanted to kind of like let people know, like, hey, and I have had, so like if you look at my registration page, I have a thing of each of the speakers, right? And I have like their photo, their topic, kind of like some bullet point takeaways, and a link of how to connect with them. And I have done like, on the type of platform that I use, I could have like hidden little things or like little, open close, like a FAQ kind of thing, where I would put like, hey, this speaker is donating this prize, and I would put it like with all their information, or they had like an opt-in or a freebie, and I would put that with each of the speaker info on that page so that it was like, trying to drive traffic to their free gift or whatever it was. Because my goal is to promote the speakers. That is the goal, is to find the spotlight on them.
And what platform because it looked like you almost had a website that you created for an event when you do that. Like what
Oh
do you
yeah.
do on that?
So I use Go High Level is the platform that I use. I have a white labeled agency. And so I have like I've created my whole like a whole template. So if I want to host a summit again, I just have to change information in one spot and all the information updates automatically. It's amazing.
You're a
So
genius.
I know, but it's like I know, right? But I make it like so I have a it's like it's a funnel. So it's a landing page, a registration page. I have a registration or a page specifically for the speakers and all of the information. I have a copy of the agreement. I have the application. I have an FAQ, all of the things. Then I have a whole another page that has all of the links for all of the things right there for the speakers. Then I have a whole funnel for the registration of the event where they're getting to see more about the event, they're signing up. I have thank you pages for general. I have thank you pages for VIP with instructions, and then I have all the, the automatic emails that go out and all that other kind of stuff. It is a lot of work.
Yes,
Okay.
because I'm only doing I only have emails that are going out, and that for me was like a big deal, just creating all the stuff and the funnels and all that. But you're doing a whole other, which is awesome.
Yeah, but I've also been doing this for a while, right? Like, so
Yeah.
I've kind of figured out like the best way to do it, and I've done it in ways that really I wouldn't do it again because I've learned the hard way what to do and what not to do. But that's just, and it's also personal preference. And if you're like, I don't do tech, then the easiest way for you to do it is the way that you're doing it. But someone like me, I love tech. I'm like, how could I be fancy? And you don't have to be fancy to host a summit.
That's what I'm showing you because I'm just hosting it. I'm not being super fancy, but I have to say I did love, and I was making note of all the way you did everything. And I'm like, ooh, I love that. I love how you had a schedule that you emailed out to the participants. That was so genius. And I'm like, oh, I want to do that because it's clarity. I'm all about clarity. And
Yeah.
so there's so much confusion in everything that's going on. That made it so easy. I just wanted to give you feedback on it. I really love that piece of it of just, oh, this is the schedule for this makes it really easy. My nervous system felt calm. I can do this, right? And I really love that piece of it. So I have taken lots of notes on things you've done. I'm not there yet, but having this my first one, I just decided just asking people like, hey, you want to do it? They're like, sure. I'm like, awesome. And Katarina's so cute. She's like, I don't even know to Sparkle Summit in, but if you're doing it, I'm in. I'm like, okay, that's what I'm talking about. So, we'll go for it. And it's really about helping people step into their light and their authenticity is really what a Sparkle Summit is. And I think Elaine and I had talked with you earlier about, hey, I want to do a Sparkle Summit, and Chris Dyer was like, hey, why don't we just do it? I'm like, okay, let's just do it. And so sometimes just showing up, you learn a lot along the way, right? Because if I hadn't even said yes, nothing would be happening. At least now I'm in this great, summit with you all, learning from you. And I've taken away so many nuggets from today. So thank you for I might be that one person that, it's all worth it. And then, it'll come back in spades to benefit you and bless you. I think that's the thing is, having that attitude, that intention, right? Of like that whoever shows, it's all worth it, and it's all part of the process of what we're doing. So I just feel like you're a genius with this, and I like the tech. I'm not super good at it. My brain, it kind of hurts my brain, and I want to eventually get a VA to help me do all of that. But I am pretty proud of what I am doing, and and then my other thing was, do you give swipe copy to your people?
I do.
Okay. And what do you give them in that? Are you giving them emails? Are you giving them social media posts?
So I have a whole Google Drive set up for my speakers. That Google Drive includes all of the graphics that I've created, so group photos and individual member spotlight photos and things like that. Then I have a folder for all of the interviews. Like I give them the full copy of the interviews that I conducted with them. And then I create swipe copy that is, I have email, I have social media posts, and I have like variations. And so they can kind of pick and choose, pick their platform. They can mix it up. A lot of times it's, I don't know what to say. Help me with what to say. I don't know. What is this whole event? Like, tell me what to say. And so I try to just make it easy for people by giving them, here's some tools to help get you started. If you're like, I don't know what to say, what do you want me to tell people? But I
Okay.
also, I don't require my speakers to promote either. I
Yeah.
love it they do, but I am not like, you have to get this many signups. That's not how I operate,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. And I love that. And for me, I just said, hey, it would be great if you promote it because it's going to benefit you and us as well. But I'm going to go out there and do stuff. But I wanted to provide them with, and just someone, Lisa Reed was like, hey, do you have swipe copy? I'm like, what's swipe copy?
Yeah.
No. So I'm like, well, now I know what swipe copy is. And
Well,
so then
Lisa is a professional speaker, so that's something that she expects.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
And for sure. And that's why I was kind of like, okay, but I love the idea of doing a Google Drive because I was emailing things to them, but I like having a place where it just lives. And then I can put all of my graphics in there and put my swipe copy in there
Yes.
and the schedule in there. And I don't have to email out to everybody. And I hadn't even thought about that, but that's a really, really smart idea.
Yeah. So in my like emails after my speakers have all been selected, I've signed agreements, we're ready to rock and roll. I send out an email that has like bullet points and I do like large font, bullet points, large font, bullet points because I want it to be skimmable. But also I'm like, step 1, here. Step 2, here. Step 3, here. So that it makes it easy for people to absorb the information as well. The other thing I do is that I have a speaker networking event. So on the day that tickets go on sale, my speakers are all together introducing themselves to each other, learning about what each other does and what their topics are going to be. Their energy from that event is really high and they are sharing, they're taking their screenshots from the event that we just did, they're sharing it out online, and I will do like hey, for the next 3 days, the VIP ticket sales are half price, right? So there's like an incentive to join the summit early. I also give my speakers a coupon code where they can invite one guest as a VIP for free.
Oh, I love that.
So that they have, I want them to be able to say like, hey, you're my best client. I'd love to have your support at this event and have a familiar face in the audience. And so I had one speaker, they used it as an incentive and like did a drawing. If you comment on this post in their community, they're going to do a drawing and you get to come to the summit for free kind of thing. So, but I try to like, it's all about my speakers and creating a really good speaker experience is super important to me because that's who I want to build relationships with are all of the speakers. And I love it when I have speakers that have spoken before, but then I get to meet new speakers like Kelly and Bobby and Ciara. And so like people that I've never worked with before, getting them to in the same room together, it's like, yay,
Yeah. I love that, Elaine. Well, you have so much wisdom, and I just feel like I could ask you 1,000 questions because I'm kind of like, oh yeah, I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought of that. But that's okay too because it's like there's just room for growth, and I'm all about going with the flow and trusting the process. And I know that it'll happen as exactly as supposed to happen, and there'll be lots of learning and lots of wonderful things that happen as well. But I love the idea because you're just thinking in a bigger picture. It's a real big picture, which is I like that because I think that's a place for me to grow into.
Yeah. And start with your intention, start with your why. And
Yeah.
I am very much I have a timeline template that I use where I put in like the date of the summit and then it reverse dates for me. So like by this date, I need to have this done. By this date, I need to have this done. This is the date that tickets go on sale. And I need to have so that keeps me on track so that I know
What
what
are
I
you
need to do
using for
next.
that?
I had a friend of mine who is an Excel wizard. I am
Oh,
not.
okay.
I said, I need this. And so she created, I was like, I just need the numbers to like go backwards. So if I put in the date will count down all the way to the day of the event. Like 12 weeks. So then I literally
Right.
just have, and I have a whole thing at the top of the
We
category.
manually do that. I was really jealous.
Girl, I am telling you, this is like this timeline template is it's golden. And I think I have it somewhere. I'm happy to send it to you if you want it, but it's like
that you should be giving that away, or you should be like selling
Yeah.
that to people.
I have
Every event manager I know is just like,
I would love that, Elaine. That's amazing. That would be a fun freebie or like a, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's pretty powerful to like have, because it's the organizational piece, right? Sometimes it gets
Yeah.
all
I
the
know.
things.
It's like the silly stuff that takes you like hours to do.
Right.
Although recently I feel like everybody would be like, now that they have that idea, hello AI, make this happen.
Right. Right. Yeah. I made all that stuff way before AI came into the picture.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, no, I've been using this AI, not this AI, this Excel spreadsheet dated template thing. And so I literally am like, I try to give myself 90 days, right? I need at least 1 month to get all
Yep.
my shit together for my speakers. And then I need, you know, another at least 30 days to promote and market the event. So like there's just a lot, it's a lot of building, it's a lot of organizing, corralling, herding.
On that, just getting the information from people. It's like, okay, hey, I can't send all the social media if I don't have all your stuff, right? You know,
Right.
and
Yep.
and you start to realize, oh yeah, this is something I probably need a little bit more time with my speakers to get all their information, because some give it right away, some
Yeah,
are like, are you still
exactly.
speaking?
Yep.
That's
So
actually one of the things about Innovation Women,
Mhm.
because all the speakers have a profile
Mhm.
with a downloadable headshot and a downloadable biography.
Mhm.
The idea is that like every event manager should be able to come in, and once they've got their speakers, all of the information is there. It also includes the abstracts of their talks,
Mhm.
you know, their social media handles, everything's in one place.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that's like one of the things that we do to try and make it super easy for event organizers.
Mhm. Yeah.
Good to know.
Mhm.
And it's free for event organizers to use.
Oh, cool. Well,
You
so
could,
hopefully your information's in the stuff, right? In the emails and everything.
Yeah,
yeah, I
and it's
think
on
so.
the
In the
her
chat.
I have the it's in the chat, but also on the workbook that I sent out to everybody. So
Yes,
it
I got
has
the
like
workbook.
the agenda, but also a list of all the speakers and their contact, so you can
Okay, reach out.
connect with all of the speakers.
Perfect. Well, I will definitely do that. My husband just finished his colonoscopy, so I've just been
Oh,
waiting for. I've got to head in, but
he's like,
thank you so.
great.
I know he had one actually 6 weeks ago, and then they had something. The doctor's like, I couldn't quite get it out, but I thought I didn't want to put you through it. You've been through enough. And I'm like, having to go through drinking that crap again 6 weeks later is like that's a bunch of shit to
Oh,
put it
That's
through. Why don't you
torture. That's
why didn't you just
torture.
go do that, get the dang thing and get the scope? And anyway, so here we are again. But I just want to say thank you, Bobby, for all you shared. And you have a lot of wisdom, and I really appreciated all of your tips and your ideas. And Elaine, thank you so much for just being the hostess with the mostest, and all the fun colors that I get to see on your thing make me happy. And just your bright spirit and energy is such a gift. And love your magic wand and just everything you do. And I think and I really have to say, I loved your post, the transparency post about, hey, I haven't had a lot of people show up. And I love it when people go to a place of vulnerability and just honesty, because this is the stuff that's real, right? This is what's actually happening for many people. And when you can come forward with the transparency as you do, it's that idea of, oh, you too, me too. It's like, it takes that shame away from like, I'm not very good, or I'm not doing a good enough thing. I'm an imposter. And I just really appreciated that post, because it's like, yeah, this is kind of hard to put yourself out there when you haven't done these things and when you're not getting the things you want. I just really appreciated that transparency, and just wanted to reflect that back to you, that I think we need more honesty and more actually what's going on behind the doors that we don't often see. We all want to present like everything's just so, even like today coming on saying this was really hard for me a little bit. These are not the numbers I wanted, and I'm like, thank you, because I think it's that type of honesty that I think is how we grow and increase and actually open up to like, to have those conversations of like, oh yeah, this happens to really amazing people like Elaine Turso, who does summits all the time, right? It just, for whatever reason, that's just where it's at. But I just appreciate it. I really, really appreciate that honesty piece. That really resonates with my soul, and it's in alignment with what I'm about. So I really, really wanted to reflect that back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. You're
Yeah.
welcome.
Yeah. Well, I hope you guys all have a super amazing day. Thanks for being here and sticking it to the end. The closers.
I like being a closer, right?
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I will see you guys later. I'm gonna go eat some food and
Oh, yes.
take a nap and
Yay,
go
you
take
deserve it.
go take soup to my sick daughter and get to love on my little grandbaby for a minute. So
Oh, awesome. Thank you,
yes.
darling. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.